Send the link, okay. YouTube link. Because the new streaming. ಈಗ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಲೈವ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಮುಗೀತದಲ್ಲ ಆಗ ಅದೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಹಾಂ ಪುನಃ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ತ್ರೀ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದಿದೆ ನಾನು ಟೆಲಿಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗೋಷ್ಟು Send the link, okay. YouTube link. Because the new streaming. ಈಗ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಲೈವ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಮುಗೀತದ ಆಗ ಅದೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಂ ತ್ರೀ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದಿದೆ ನಾನು ಟೆಲಿಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ ಮೇನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ
of renewable energy. Renewable energy provide social benefits like improvement of health, choices for consumers, advancement in technologies, and opportunities for the work. Economic impacts of renewable energies. In economic point of view, it helps to utilize local labor from rural areas, local material and business shareholders, and services of local banks. Environmental impacts of renewable energies. Renewable energy projects have contributed in environmental aspects such as reduction of carbon dioxide gas, awakening community about the climate change. Legal impacts of renewable energy and renewable energy service companies. And also it requires local thermal generating stations to set up a renewable energy stations. To conclude, there are some problems to generate power from renewable energy resources are funds and politics.
Thank you, Ms. Kavishri. I now call upon Ms. Jomol to welcome our beloved resource person and introduce her to the gathering. Over to you, Ms. Jomol.
I quote the words of David Jeremy's. Sunshine is a welcoming thing. It brings a lot of brightness and energy. Coming together is being, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Honorable Ms. Deepthi Bhatt, distinguished guest sharing the online platform, respected Principal Dr. Taranath, Vice Principal Dr. Baliga, Faculty Convener Dr. Rajshri Kini, Faculty Co-Convener and Technical Mr. Karthik Anand, and well-wishing students attending from all corners. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all cheerfully. A very pleasant morning to you and happy welcome to you all. I am Jomo, LLM student, and privileged on behalf of this alma mater to extend a cordial welcome to you all. Today, the encounter has waved at a theme which is very much important and most of the citizens have heard about little. The articulate theme for this encounter is renewable energy. I am extremely delighted to introduce the guest of honor, Ms. Deepthi Bhatt, to this technical session. Ms. Deepthi Bhatt has agreed to grace this event to share her abyssal knowledge. A warm welcome to you, Ms. Deepthi Bhatt. She is an experienced partner with a demonstrated history of working in the legal services industry, skilled in corporate law, legal advisor, legal assistance, and due diligence. Strong professional, graduated from SDM Law College. She is young and energetic person. Deepthi Bhatt is a partner with the Bangalore office of Kochar and Company, a leading firm in India. Ms. Deepthi has considerable experience in advising and setting up business operations for various multinational and domestic companies in India. Deepthi also has extensive experience in handling corporate complaints work on a regular basis for various multinational companies who have set up business operations in India. Her resources areas are incorporated companies, incorporation limited liability partnerships, corporate companies, corporate due diligence, assistance with suggesting corrective measures on non-compliance under company law, including advice on compounding on the non-compliance, etc. She has experience in representing various companies in information and manufacturing sectors. Ms. Deepthi is also a second lead and key resources person in the area of amalgamation and mergers practice of the firm. Ms. Deepthi has considerable experience in mergers of multinational companies and domestic companies, including mergers at multi-state level. We express our joy, dear Ms. Deepthi. We are assured of your contribution to the youth today, which will have a great impact on them. On behalf of the college authorities and the teaching team and all audience present here, with this brief introduction, I present before you Ms. Deepthi Bhatt. Thank you and welcome you.
Thank you, Ms. Jomol, for introducing our guest. It is time to hear from Ms. Deepthi Bhatt on renewable energy and developing countries, socio-economic and legal issues. Ma'am, I request you to take over the session.
Thank you everyone for such a warm welcome. And it's actually nostalgia for me because I began my legal journey with this very institution. I'm a proud alumni of SDM Law College, and I'm very proud that my legal journey began at Mangalore, studying at SDM Law College. And when I was studying, Professor Taranath was our Hindu law professor. And I'm also very proud that he is the principal of the institution today. And I am very esteemed and honored to be presenting this session today. And with all of your permission, I would like to start off my PowerPoint presentation that I have made for you all, and hoping to take you all towards this journey of learning on renewable energy resources, as well as what are the issues that are faced by developing countries all over the world. Just give me a few seconds and I'll share the PowerPoint presentation. I'm sorry, Rajeshri, I'm not able to present the screen. May I request your help?
1 minute. See, there is one arrow button present now.
Yes, I'm clicking on that and I'm selecting
Click on that.
Yeah.
Yes. Select
There's
on
an
the
option,
video.
your entire screen and a window.
Window is enough, and that window only you click. It got opened for a minute actually.
Yes, but I'm not able to go to my folder where I can select the PowerPoint.
No, first you keep it on in your laptop. First
Yes.
you need to keep it on. Open the folder and keep it on. Minimize it and keep.
Yeah, it is open and it's on.
Okay. Now present. Give present now, and a window, and select that window. Continuously don't give. Wait for a minute. It takes time to stream.
Just give me 1 second. I'll just figure out what's happening.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Take your time. The procedure is the same. Open the folder. Keep the PPT on.
Where is Guddu? Call Guddu urgently. Is everyone able to see my PowerPoint presentation now?
We can see the window. Let us wait for a minute. It takes time sometimes. Yes, we can see. We are able to see.
Sorry for the initial hiccup. So now that you all can see the screen, I will start my presentation. So today's topic is renewable energy in developing countries, socio-economic and legal issues. So to begin with, let's start off with understanding what is renewable energy. So like one student, I think already introduced the topic and explained about what a renewable energy is. Renewable energy is any energy we use that comes from renewable natural resources. So the meaning of renewable and natural resources is something that will not go extinct and something that is available at nature and can be used by everyone again and again. So renewable also means that it will not get naturally replenished and it cannot run out. The examples of renewable energy resources are sunlight, water, air, heat from the earth. All these are called renewable energy resources which are available on the earth's premises on the earth. And what kind of energies can be generated through this renewable energy resources? That's the next point. So the resources that can be generated through the renewable energy, which are called solar energy, tidal energy, wind energy, and geothermal energy. So this is like a brief introduction on what renewable energy resources currently are available with us. Now we move on to the next point, of which is the regulatory authority responsible in India to monitor the renewable energy resources. So how I am taking this presentation to you all is, first I've explained what the renewable energy concept is. I'm also going to then explain in India which regulatory authority is responsible for renewable energy resources, and we'll also look at which are the other nodal agencies responsible, and then we'll look at what is the law that's applicable for renewable energy in India, and then we move on to understanding what are the issues that are there for India as well as other developing countries. Since India is a developing nation, I have chosen India as primary example so that everyone can understand the basis of it. And in comparison to that, I have taken you through later, I'll take you through on what are the issues that are being faced by other developing countries. So in India, the regulatory authority that is responsible is called the Ministry of Power. So Ministry of Power is the administrative department under the Government of India, and that is the main agency which is looking after the electrical energy consumption and electrical energy related laws, as well as electrical energy related issues in the country. So the Ministry of Power is responsible for formulation of policy in relation to the power, administrative related projects to be undertaken under the renewable energy resources, and as well as planning and any other policy formulation, as well as any other points to be discussed at ministry level to revamp the present usage of electricity in India, as well as to revamp or to interact with other countries in relation to getting technology and resources for development of energy in India through either hydropower, wind power, or tidal power. All this comes under the Ministry of Power in India. Which are the other regulatory authorities under Ministry of Power? So next we move on to Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, which is also called as MNRE. This is called the nodal agency under the Government of India, and this is primarily responsible for promotion of renewable energy in India. Now this MNRE was constituted and under the Ministry of Power, and as per the Government of India allocation of business rules, which was formulated in 1961, MNRE has been given the responsibility to develop all matters related to any kind of renewable energy in India. So this can be solar energy, this can be energy developed through biogas units, energy developed through small hydel power, or energy developed through tidal energy or geothermal energy. So what is the broad aim of this nodal agency, that is MNRE? The broad aim of MNRE is to develop and deploy new and renewable energy related projects, new and renewable energy related ideas, which will supplement the energy requirements of the country. So each developing economy currently is facing an issue of developing their own energy with use of renewable natural resources. Currently, I think the energy consumption of each country depends on the fossil fuels and other kind of energy development material, which are replenished and which are not renewable. So MNRE in India has been entrusted the responsibility to develop new ideas and to go ahead and look for scientific development in the area of renewable energy resources. With MNRE, the other authorities that are there in India, which look after specific areas like the thermal power, or look after specific areas like tidal power or solar energy, are a few institutions which I have mentioned here. One of them is a regulatory Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, or IREDA. The other one is National Thermal Power Corporation Limited, or NTPC. There's also a specific Solar Energy Corporation of India, which is called as the SECI. So all these are other nodal agencies which come under the MNRE, and these come under the MNRE schemes, and they all have been given the responsibility to develop energy or to work under the energy sector under these specific areas. For example, the SECI will normally work only under the solar energy area of the government of India, and to develop solar energy renewable resources, and to only concentrate on solar energy. That way, there's also a National Thermal Power Corporation, and there's also an Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, which will actually help in getting which will help in getting finances, and which will give financial assistance for renewable energy and renewable energy efficiency projects. So IRDA is coming under the government of India. So through the government, this is an agency which is aiding and which is helping new businesses and new entrepreneurs in getting certain financial assistance so that they can work in the area of renewable energy resources to generate the requirement of power for the entire country. There is also an institution called National Institute of Solar Energy, National Institute of Wind Energy, National Institute of Bioenergy. These are all again autonomous institutions under the MNRE, and they work in the field of, like you can see from the name, they work in the field of solar energy, wind energy, and bioenergy. And NIWE has also been notified as a nodal agency for development of offshore wind energy in India. So India, if you can see, has put together and has put in place a lot of agency and a lot of departments in place so that any regulatory aspects in relation to renewable energy resources have are being handled by proper authorities in India. So in comparison to other developing countries, if you look at India and the administrative and statutory system that is there in India towards taking steps for renewable energy resources, we are already on a very good track where we have lot of nodal agencies. We have a specific ministry which is looking into the renewable energy resources for India. Now we are just moving on to understand what is the mission of the country in relation to renewable energy resources. So there are a few points which I have highlighted here. So the first mission of the ministry is to have energy security. The problem that is being faced by many developing countries in the power sector or in the energy sector is to look for alternate fuels to generate electricity. So what is happening is everybody is relying on the existing fuels such as the fossil fuels to generate electricity. So even the aim of the current Ministry of India is to look at alternate methods and to bridge the gap between domestic oil supply and demand, because right now the power and energy sector is hugely dependent on fossil fuels and domestic oil supply. So this, to have a proper security towards generating energy, this is one mission of the ministry. Another mission of the ministry is to increase and have a clean share of power in the entire world. Clean power means to generate power through renewable energy resources. The third point or the mission of the ministry is to have energy affordability. Right now, affordability to generate power is not so cost effective, and there are issues regarding safety and reliability on the options that are available to generate renewable energy. So that is one more aim of the ministry, so that the entire country has an affordability towards generating energy through renewable resources. Another aim of the ministry is in relation to energy equity. What we mean by energy equity is, in comparison in the whole world, we are just trying to see what is the per capita energy consumption of India at par, and what is the average. So, what we have seen is per capita power consumption is one of the indicators that helps measure a country's development. So, one aim of the ministry is to increase the per capita consumption of power and to be at par and at average level of the entire globe by 2050. So, right now, if you see where India stands amongst the developing countries, maybe India is a little better, but compared to developed countries, we are not at par with the global average level of per capita consumption. Now, moving on to what has been India's commitment at international level in relation to renewable energy resources and in relation to generation of power through renewable energy resources. So, the first point I would like to state here is in relation to a solar alliance. At the international level, India has been instrumental in the promotion of International Solar Alliance. Now, International Solar Alliance is a platform which has collaborated with various countries to have increase in the production of solar energy, and India is taking huge steps in contributing at the global level to be a pioneer to generate electricity and to generate power through solar energy. So India has been one of the main prominent countries to promote the solar alliance at international level. And next, I would like to also go towards the point on Paris Agreement. In October 2016, India had ratified the Climate Convention at 2015 United Nations Climate Change Conference, which is also called as the Paris Agreement. Now, why this agreement was important? This agreement was important because it binds all the countries who have been parties to this agreement to take constructive actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions throughout the world. So the entire aim to use renewable energy resources is to reduce emissions in the world, which will reduce in turn pollution, which is causing to the world, and which will in turn reduce the global warming. And due to global warming, there are a lot of climate changes that are happening, and which is not helping the entire world to be in a conducive living environment. So since it's a chain reaction, so there was an agreement which was entered in Paris where a large number of countries came together and they agreed that they will look at alternative resources to generate energy instead of just using the fundamental and the rudimentary fossil fuel and oil as the primary resource to generate power. Moving on to the conference which was held in Glasgow, which was another important pointer in the international renewable energy area. So, India has been the world's third consumer of electricity as compared to all the other countries in India. And India also produces 38% of the energy capacity through renewable resources. The current Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has taken a pledge at the COP26 climate conference, which was held in Glasgow, that India will achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070. So, this is a huge commitment and huge aim of India taken, that by 2070, that is by 2070, India will achieve net zero carbon emissions. That means that entire production of electricity in India will have to be routed through renewable energy resources so that there are no carbon emissions made out by India. And there's also another aim of India that 50% of the electricity requirements of India will be generated through renewable energy resources by the year 2030. That's another aim, and which the Ministry of Power as well as the current government is taken, and which the current government is also advertised that it will be able to do it at the international conference, such as the Glasgow conference as well as the COP26, sorry, climate conference, which was held. Now, what has to be looked into here is one of the key points of emphasis of India's intended contribution from 2021 to 2030 is achievement of at least 40% electrical power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources. So, like I said before, the MNRE is the nodal agency, and there are various other autonomous bodies under MNRE whose primary work is to achieve this aim between 2021 to 2030, so that the electrical power generation is done through alternate resources and through other renewable energy resources which are available in India. I'm also trying to give you some pointers so that you understand in the current budget, that is in the current year's budget of 2022, in which year we are, what the union budget is talking about India's allocations towards renewable energy resources. So the current budget has provided rupees 3,365 crore towards renewable energy resources, particularly towards solar power's allocation. The percentage has increased by 29%. So that's a very significant allocation towards solar power, which will help India to generate renewable energy or to generate power through use of renewable energy resources. And the current budget also emphasized on energy transition and having a clean energy in the country, as well as to contribute to the clean energy mission throughout the world. So the budget has tried to give its allocation towards subsidies or towards having some funds allocated towards renewable energy resources. The main aim of the budget also is to help at very domestic level and to help at very grassroots level. And for that, the government is also going to have something called as sovereign green bonds, which will be issued by the government of India and which has to be used towards mobilizing resources for green infrastructure. Now, when we talk about green infrastructure means you all might be aware having transport systems through green infrastructure, that is through a CNG and not using petrol or diesel, so that the emissions are less. So this is one aspect of having a green infrastructure. Apart from that, the government of India is also promoting and encouraging to have at the Anganwadi level, which you have in villages, to have all the Anganwadis a clean energy, that is to have the energy system through solar power maybe. And they also are aiming at starting 400 energy efficient trains, which are called Vande Bharat trains. And they are also, apart from this, trying to have a lot of public transport vehicles, which you can see that it's already available in a few metropolitan cities such as Delhi, where use of public transport, huge vehicles like buses which transport people from one place to another, they are not allowed to be run on fossil fuel, they are not allowed to be run on petrol or diesel, and they are entirely converting them into CNG, or they are even looking at resources where the vehicles can run on solar power, which is already there in other developed countries. So these are some of the measures which government of India is trying to allocate budget towards in the current year, so that the aim that and the mission that at international level has been agreed by India, that by 2070 country will be free of using fossil fuels and the entire country will be entirely using renewable energy resources to generate its power. So this is some of the budgetary allocation related points which were discussed on renewable energy resources in the current budget. This was something like a brief background that I gave you all on how is the functionality on renewable energy resources in the country, which is the ministry, which are the nodal agencies, what is the aim of the country in comparison to other developing countries in the world, and what the current government is doing to take steps towards having clean energy in India. Now, moving on from India, we will move on to a global level picture to see what are the issues that are being faced by various developing countries in relation to their pact and their signatory conventions where they have signed throughout with all global level to aim and to achieve to have clean energy in their own countries. So I will be taking you through a few of social issues, a few of economic issues, a few of regulatory issues, as well as, since we all are legal students, a few of legal hassles and legal and regulatory issues that are being faced by developing countries. Now, before we plunge into the topic, let's understand what is a developing country or what is a developing nation. Now, looking at the definition, I have not taken this definition from any particular law or any particular act. I have tried to simplify this definition so that it's easy to understand for everyone. So, the developing countries can be defined as all those countries which are having low and middle income economies, and these are generally referred to as developing economies, who are having a middle, whose income is on an average considered to be low or middle income. Now, how do you decide what is a low or middle income? So you look at the parameters of how the society is in such a country. So then in developing countries, normally you would find that the standard of living and the income and economic and industrial development are more or less in comparison to other developed countries in the world. They will usually be below average and or average, but not above average. So then I have also looked at what the International Monetary Fund talks about developing countries. So these are some of the pointers which were given by the IMF. And according to IMF, currently there are at least 152 countries which are still developing in the entire globe. So we have a huge number, that is close to more than 150 countries which are developing countries. And as you can see, when there is a huge number of countries which are still at the developing stage, they will naturally have a lot of issues and which need to be addressed. And these issues will even be more prominent when it comes to renewable energy related resources, because renewable energy is something that is not traditionally used by all the countries to generate power. This is a new concept which is being developed, and this is a new concept which is being looked into by most of the nations in relation to having a clean environment and in relation to having a very energy saving environment for the entire globe. So now we look at the point of social issues. There are 2 to 3 prominent social issues that come up when it comes to the topic of generating power through renewable energy resources. The first point that is seen at large in all the developing countries is something to do about public awareness. What generally is seen is that the normal public, that is people in all the developing countries, they are not aware about what is a renewable energy resource. There is very little awareness amongst the student community, or be it the professional community, or be it the industrialistic community, on what is a renewable energy resource and how a renewable energy resource can be useful to their country to develop the power requirement. Because public awareness is a little less, there is a lot of opposition that is faced in such countries when new renewable energy related projects come up. And sometimes there is also a negative perspective that government is trying to start some renewable energy project to confiscate their land, and this can cause more trouble to the natural vegetation and to the animals that are living in that area. So instead of looking at the positives from developing power through renewable energy resources, vis-a-vis the existing use of fossil fuels, which is causing a lot of pollution throughout the world, due to lack of public awareness, we it's seen that there might be a negative perspective which is faced, This is faced mostly in most of the developing countries, such as India or Vietnam or African countries. Most of the countries go through this issue. Another issue that we have seen is loss of alternative income due to land acquisition. And there's also another issue which is seen as lack of experienced professionals or skilled labor force. Now, both these issues they come up because there is first of all lack of knowledge and there is no awareness. So the second two issues on land acquisition and not having skilled labor, it basically stems up from the first issue because lack of awareness and lack of resources to understand what is renewable energy is not there. I have just jotted down a few points so that everybody can understand in various renewable energy sectors how are the issues being faced. For example, like in wind turbines, when wind turbines are installed, if anybody has had an opportunity to look at it, you can see that it occupies a very large area. So when it occupies a very large area for such a project to come up, then it will also include to have pathway or to have roads to it. They need to lay down transmission lines. So in all these aspects, when they have to acquire a large area, they have to build infrastructure towards having this large area for generation of power through renewable energy resource. This poses a problem from the local people where the land gets acquired, and when substantial amount of space is taken away from them, or if it's been developed near the places where people are already living, they also have a fear that this might cause some kind of a trouble to them without understanding what's the real reason such a project is coming up. Now, this relates to wind turbines. When we look at offshore installations, what is normally seen is offshore installations which happen at ocean level. So there is a presumption that a lot of ocean activities such as fishing, sand extraction, oil extraction, aquaculture, all these will get affected, and the natural fish that are there in the ocean and the natural marine life and wildlife that is there in the ocean, due to offshore installations, people have this perception that the natural life in water that is in the ocean will get affected because of all the activities that are going to take place due to the new project of offshore installations that might come up. And another point in relation to wind turbines, which people always vocalize, is that if there is a wind turbine that is installed in any place, that is not good for birds that are flying, the birds and bats, because there can be a lot of collisions to the blades of the wind turbine. And when the wind turbines turn, due to the air pressure that causes due to the turning of the wind turbines, this also can have some disruption to the life, that is the birds, especially when they come in the range of these wind turbines, as well as if there is habitat nearby the wind turbines, that can also cause some disturbances. To that is one more perception that generally people in developing countries have. And when it comes to solar plants, again, when there is a solar plant to be installed, this requires acquisition of huge lands because of installation of solar panels, which is done through which the energy is generated. So this again, people have a perception that when huge mass of land is acquired to set up solar plants, it will cause to afforestation and deforestation, and it will also cause loss of habitat in and around the area which is acquired to set up solar plants. So these are some of the social issues that we have seen. Another few points in relation to skilled human resources, which I had pointed out earlier, is they are really not available. So basically, we find very few skilled people, skilled in the sense people who have knowledge about renewable energy resource and knowledge about running the project, running the plant, and understanding the regulatory aspects and understanding the financial aspects in relation to renewable energy sector. the skilled labor is not available in developing countries. Because as far as we all understand, in developing countries, looking at India, even though yes, we are from legal profession, I think all of you would agree with me that when you are studying in your 10th or 12th standard, focus in any developed nation of any parents is always to encourage their children to become an engineer or doctor. Thankfully, legal profession also is getting good accolades right now, but still I can see that apart from engineering, medicine, computer technology has taken up, but we are not seeing that kind of awareness towards renewable energy, though renewable energy resources related education might come under the science side and under the engineering side. But yet again, it's only the traditional engineering sectors or traditional science field which already has established institutions from which you can earn money that are being given importance by general public. And that's the reason we do not have skilled human resources in this area. So for example, just to take an example how a skilled human resource is relevant, once a renewable energy project is set up, the installation of the machines and application by the suppliers and coordination between the people to set up the project, to perform the to have performance in the project, to maintain the project, for all these you need trained professionals who know the operation and management of the project and who know how to operate and manage the plants which are set up. These skilled professionals, there is an unavailability at a large scale in all the developing countries. And like I said before, there is also very inadequate knowledge in the area of renewables, and there are no awareness programs generally that are available, which through which general public can gain knowledge. So in most of the developing countries, since people basically are not even aware that they can generate power through renewable energy resources, so there is a lack of awareness programs which normally the government needs to look into, so that people become aware, and then they naturally then they will give their support towards renewable energy resources. And like I said before, even normally the presumption on people who are doing agriculture and who are having their agricultural lands, they are not ready or they are not okay to give their land away towards these renewable energy projects. Excuse me. Because the renewable energy projects, like I said before, they require huge landmass to set up their plants, and in that process many agricultural lands are also taken away by the government. And for this, in many developing countries, they have seen a lot of protests when an energy plant comes up, because they are not ready to give away their agricultural lands. Moreover, there is a general notion that general public excuse me, people are also having a lot of negative perceptions, like I discussed earlier. Just give me a second. Sorry. Yeah. So there's also a lot of negative perception among people, and which is not really true. Once they understand the relevance of the renewable energy projects that are set up, then these negative perceptions will go away. Now, moving on to some of the economic issues that are there in developing countries. So, what we have seen under economic issues is there's tough competition still from fossil fuel, and there is a lack of government grants and subsidies which are required to start off these renewable energy projects. Then the initial cost that is needed to set up a renewable energy project is very high as compared to others in the market. And there are very, very few financing institutions which are willing to give loans to set up such renewable energy projects. Again, all these points are stemming up from the point where there is lack of awareness, and especially funding houses are not ready to give funding towards these projects because they consider it as very risky. They consider it as high risk because they're not sure of after the renewable energy project is set up whether they will be able to revive their funds along with profit if they invest in the renewable energy sector. So few points which I have pointed out is, again, like I mentioned, fund allocation budgets. Even the government budgets which are there, they are not released on time, is what most of the developing countries are facing. For example, like in India, I said that some 3,000 crores have been allocated towards renewable energy sector this year. But once it's been allocated, to reach to the grassroots level where actually the project has to come up, that doesn't happen on time, and that's the reason funding is always an issue in the renewable energy market. Again, like I said, the initial unit capital cost is very high as compared to fossil fuel, and this leads to a lot of challenges in the financing of the project, and investors feel that there is a risk, like I mentioned before. Even common money lenders, they are not ready to take a risk and give their funds towards these projects. And financial institutions such as government banks or private banks, they do not have much understanding or expertise in renewable energy projects, and that is the reason they do not come up with schemes to give funding towards these projects. Now, this is not just India centric. These points are seen commonly in most of the developing countries. Again, for any project to come up, the most important point to consider is the funding, because if there is no funding, then the project will not go through. And apart from funding, people will not be ready to work in a project if it's a loss making project. So then it goes on to a vicious cycle, because initially people don't have awareness on the renewable energy projects, and then the government comes up with schemes because government has agreed at international level or internationally to fulfill having a clean energy country. And when this allocate budget and when some subsidies are given towards certain projects, because you don't have skilled labor, or because you don't have sufficient funds, the energy projects don't kick off or don't go on at the pace at which it is required for the country to meet its commitments at the international level. Apart from social and economic issues, we can also see some technological barriers in the renewable energy sector. So, under the technological barriers, I have pointed out some 3 points. One is there is a very limited availability of infrastructure facilities which are needed for the development of this project, and there is lack of research and development capabilities towards this project, and there are certain technology complexities as well in relation to the renewable energy sector. So now limited availability of infrastructure facilities and lack of R&D is again related to the points that we discussed before. So infrastructure facilities again comes down to acquisition of land and paving of roads, as well as other infrastructure facilities like grid facilities that they need to do for saving of power, storage of power, generation of power, transmission of power. All these are there in relation to already set up thermal power, or already set up power generation plants which are through fossil fuels or thermal power, but these need to be developed for alternate resources such as other renewable energy resources through which the power can be generated, which is not currently available. And this is an area where developed countries have very good technology in place, they have very good infrastructure in place, and they have very good R&D that they have done. That is, there is a lot of research that has gone into this area in developed countries, which is lacking in the developing countries. Again, R&D is lacking in this area because it is not financially viable and it is not financially fruitful. Again, since this being comparatively a new area, in comparison to other areas through which people earn income, so there is a lack of students or lack of resource people trying to do research and development in renewable energy sector. because they do not feel that it is going to give them the financial stability if they work under the renewable energy sector. Having said that, we have also seen, due to the international commitment that developing countries are doing at international level at various summits, there has been awareness on the renewable energy sector, but it's at a very slow pace in most of the developing countries. I've just jotted down a few points based on the three major points that we discussed. So, again, there's limited availability of advanced technologies which are needed for renewable energy. And in relation to power plants, mostly power plants are located in remote locations. So, when they are located in remote locations, when huge land is acquired, then when they have to set up transmission lines, and then they have to set up a grid, all these requires a proper technology through which this needs to be done. And to do that, you need again skilled labor. All with technology and skilled labor lagging, this becomes a challenge in most of the developing countries. And there is also a huge lack of operation and maintenance related knowledge among the developing countries. Once a power plant in a renewable energy sector is set up, this again happens due to a lack of knowledge in relation to the project that they are working on. Again, like I mentioned, research and development is at a very slow pace, and it is not commercially viable and in comparison to fossil fuel. And governments and energy firms also, they are not so keen on spending their funds towards research and development, because this entire area is still at a nascent stage and it is not at a developed stage. Coming down to the next point is, once it's a technology based sector in the renewable energy, there has to be proper guidelines, there has to be certain procedures, there has to be certain standards in relation to energy consumption, energy production, energy transmission. These are also lacking in developing countries. And because these are lacking, this prevents the renewable energy from achieving large scale commercialization. Now, any project we have seen earlier in any developing countries, the driver force of it is how much of economic generation is done, how much of employment generation is done. That happens when any project is developed at a large scale and at a large scale commercialized level. When renewable energy projects start coming up at a commercialized level, that's when there will be a lot of employment generation, which will again then increase the income generation capacity amongst the people. Again, we go back to the level which I tried to explain to you right at the beginning, which is the first point in the social issue, that is awareness. All this starts with awareness. So once public awareness is created, that's when, and when government helps the public in giving proper subsidies towards certain projects with technology intervention, then I think most of the renewable energy projects will see through large scale commercialization. Another point I think I had mentioned, which is here, is also a technical issue which many developing countries are facing, is once they generate a renewable energy, storing of that renewable energy also is an issue, because they have not developed alternate systems through which the renewable energy can be stored. Now, coming down to again political or regulatory issues, I think we have another 5-10 minutes, so I'll just skim through a few slides. So, the government policies in most of the developing countries are not so effective, and the fiscal incentives, again, that is the funding through the government, is not so effective. There are a lot of administrative and bureaucratic problems that comes up, because you can see that in any when there is a legal setup, when you have to get an approval from certain authorities, there is a lot of administrative complexities that come in for deployment of huge projects, that is to get approvals, licenses from government authorities. And there is a lack of standard and certification as well in most of the developing countries, because you need to have certain standards and certain certifications in place, so that any energy project that develops in a country, they follow these standards and they follow these certifications in a particular country. So these need to be streamlined in developing countries to have a standardized generation of power through renewable energy resources. I would also like to take a few minutes to discuss about legal issues which are there in the renewable energy sector, because we are from legal background. So proper legal and institutional infrastructure for enforcement and compliance of renewable energy related projects need to be in place. These are not there currently under the developing countries. And energy and environmental law and policies, they have not sufficiently been addressed, and obstacles of renewable energy technologies have not been addressed in the energy sector. We don't have proper laws and proper policies which will address the issues which will be faced once the renewable energy sector related projects are set up. Since there are no proper laws, then there is no proper system in place which needs to be followed when business is generated, or when the power sale comes up or power transmission comes up, when private sector is trying to come into this renewable energy sector to buy power and sell power. For all these agreements normally will be in place, but there is no proper law in developing countries which will monitor this entire renewable energy market once this market is created for generation and sale of power. Again, there is an absence of legal research and dedicated renewable energy law in most of the developing countries. We have a proper law in all areas, but especially for renewable energy, most of the developing countries don't have a dedicated law which they can abide by. And there also might be certain intellectual property related issues in relation to generation of energy through wind power. And I think you have another technical session on this where you might get more knowledge about the IP related issues later. And so the main point on legal issues is the legal framework must be reformed in most of the developing countries, because the renewable energy is the next thing in the world to have a clean energy and to have a clean environment throughout the world. And the role of renewable energy is huge. And to have proper renewable energy resources throughout the world, the aim should be to have proper legal system in place, so that there won't be any renewable energy sector related issues amongst the commercial houses. Now, just since we are from legal background, I was just trying to see some of the prominent judgments or case laws under this sector. So I thought one case law would give a little bit of highlight on what's happening, especially in India. So there was a landmark judgment in Hindustan Zinc Limited versus Rajasthan Electricity Commission. In the year 2015, the Supreme Court has given a judgment here. So here, if you look at this judgment, maybe you can go through this judgment later, where you will try and understand what are the issues faced in a power sector, in a renewable energy sector. Here, what had happened was there was a zinc leading producer of a country, and that particular entity with many other companies, they had challenged the direction given by a nodal agency. So nodal agencies, which I had explained earlier, which comes under the MNRE. So that nodal agency had given a direction to all the industries which were situated in one particular state in India, that the power that they consume, that power has to be taken, a percentage of that power has to be taken through renewable energy resources, and they cannot just rely on the power that they get through other resources. But most of the industries objected to this, and the case went up to Supreme Court level, where they objected and they said that you cannot force us to get power through renewable energy resources, but you should allow us, because it is disrupting the functioning of our factories or disrupting the functioning of our business if we have to get energy through renewable energy resources. But Supreme Court upheld the nodal agency's direction, and it said that large industries should, and compulsorily they should start catering to targets to obtain power from renewable energy resources. And if they do not do so, the Supreme Court also said that the nodal agency can also levy a fine on them if they are not complying with this requirement. So, at least from India's perspective, in comparison to other developing countries, we can see that India is on the right track. India has given an aim that by 2070 we will be a clean energy country, and for that, judgments such as these, I think, will be a very good pointer towards other industries to start taking power from other renewable energy resources. We also have a proper administrative system in place. Yes, deployment of funds and functioning of the nodal agencies is a challenge, and there is also challenge in funding in renewable energy sector. But with public awareness, I'm sure this will be achieved in a very faster pace. And it's also an encouraging subject, since you all are, most of you are students studying. I would also like you to encourage to go through this topic on renewable energy and see if you can make a career of yours in the renewable energy sector, because this is a new sector. And I'm sure moving on, because of India's commitment, you will have large amount of legal work in the renewable energy sector, especially in setting up licenses, registrations, and contracts relating to the companies who will buy and sell power. So that was my brief presentation on renewable energy. And just to take a few minutes, Rajeshri, can I take another couple of minutes, or we are running out of time?
Sure, Ms. Deepti. You can take 5 to 10 minutes time. No issues.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, apart from working as a partner in a law firm in Bangalore, I'm also a volunteer with a foundation called Isha Foundation, which is started by Sadhguru. So, in relation to today's topic on renewable energy, soil is one of the main content on the earth, and soil is something that we cannot reproduce. So, according to all the scientists, we only have 60 years of soil left on the earth right now. And if the way the soil is being plowed and the way agriculture is being done in all the countries throughout the globe, it is predicted that in the next 45 to 50 years, we'll definitely have a juncture where there will be shortage of food throughout the world. So, in order to avoid this, there is a movement called Conscious Planet Movement, and I encourage all the students, if you can join this movement. It's also called Save the Soil Movement. You can go on the website and check for further details of this. This is something, a global movement which has been started by Isha Foundation. The aim of the movement basically is to again create awareness of the depleting of soil, so that when all the people are aware, all the people, once awareness is generated amongst all the people in the world, governments of different countries can take a decision at policy level, and then a proper policy can be implemented to save the fertility of the soil. Because otherwise, if in this space the soil is getting cultivated and the soil is losing fertility, our next generations would definitely not have a good time on earth. And it becomes our responsibility, when we are eating food 2 to 3 times a day, good nutritious food, it is our responsibility that our next generations also get food to it, because food is something basic that they can eat, and that is needed for the survival. So I encourage all the students, whenever you have a free time, please join this movement and support this movement, because this is a global level movement to save the soil. Rajeshri, I also have a video, but if you don't have we don't have time, I would like to just close off with this.
How long it is? How long? How many minutes it will take?
I think 5 minutes or 6 minutes.
Yes, we can have it.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just you all to just see the video, so that what I said you can understand better.
Imagine the country you live in being hit by less and less fertile soil, making crop growing increasingly difficult.
Sandstorm conditions prevail in the Indian capital, and now there are fears of early desertification of the region. Desertification and erosion are both concerns.
Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Because of that thriving life, everything grows. We eat food, other animals grow, everything happens because soil is rich. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways. We talk of carbon, we talk of emissions, we talk of pollution at various levels. Before all that, we need to address the most important concern, because there is a misunderstanding in the world. There is a campaign to project civic issues as environmental issues. Right now, if plastic bags are floating around in New York City, this is not an ecological issue, this is a civic issue. If our rivers are polluted, this can be fixed. In 1 or 2 years, if you set up the necessary purification plants and enforce the law, these are civic issues which can be fixed with a little bit of law enforcement and awareness. But the real issue is soil.
The United Nations agencies with enough scientific data, they're clearly saying that we have soil, agricultural soil, for another 80 to 100 crops on the planet. This is 45 to 60 years is what we have agricultural soil. We are calling this as soil extinction. You heard of dinosaurs going extinct, you have heard of dodos going extinct, but this is soil extinction is what we are looking at. The real problem is soil extinction, because in the last 30 years, 80% of the biomass insects have disappeared from the planet. 80%. This is a suicide. This is a real suicide.
So in 45 years' time or 50 years' time, there will be serious food crisis on the planet. It's inevitable. When food crisis comes, well, whoever has the biggest guns will come and take the food. And the chaos and the suffering that we will create for populations around the world is unimaginable. Don't think only the poor people will die. They will kill the rich and it will… So this is not to paint a dark picture. This is a reality which has happened many times in our history, and once again it is being predicted by top scientists in the world. So what are we going to do?
Why is soil going away? Where is it going away? See, what is sand becomes soil if you add organic content to it. What is soil becomes sand if you take away all the organic content from it. If you go into a rainforest, the organic content in the soil will be over 70%. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content that has to be there to call soil soil is 3 to 6%. 3% is the most minimum. But today, for example, in India, 62% of India's soil, the organic content is 0.5% or below that. So literally we are on the verge of desertification. This is across the world, this is not in one country. In the United States, the way the land has been used in terms of herbicides, weedicides, pesticides, well, we need to understand nearly 82 to 86% of biodiversity is within the first 12 inches of topsoil. When we plow with machines like tractors plow to a depth of 9 to 12 inches and leave it open, this means we are destroying the biodiversity completely. What biodiversity means is, it's the humus in the soil. The word human comes from the word humus. That means this is actually living soil.
It's very, very important that soil becomes the focus, because if you put 1/3 to 40% of the land, especially in the tropical world, under tree shade, your climate change could be easily reversed. Land is getting hot simply because it is plowed or it is paved. Land has to go under vegetation, whatever kind, natural grasses, bushes, trees, whatever, because all these are serving the ecological activity. And we must also understand soil is a very significant carbon sink. And soil is the largest water soak on the planet. And soil is the basis of all life. This 36 to 39 inches of topsoil on average around the planet is the basis of 87% of life on this planet. To keep the biodiversity alive is the most important thing that we need to do right now. Unless we start now, this will not happen. As a part of this, we are unfolding a movement called Conscious Planet to bring maximum number of people. Right now, it looks like climate change, ecology, all these are playground for the rich and elite. No, this must change. Individual human beings should become conscious about the danger that we are facing. Ecological issues must become election issues, and political parties must give significance to ecological issues in their manifestos. Governments must be elected for their concern for ecological issues. This needs to happen.
Thank you, Rajeshri. So that was a small video which talks about ecological balance and to save the soil, and which also addresses the issue of a renewable resource on which is the soil of the earth. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me. And I hope I have done a little bit of justice on the topic of renewable energy resources in developing countries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dipti Bhatt, for the extremely informative and enlightening session. Your words of wisdom and valuable insights on each of the aspects dealt specifically as added to our knowledge, helping us to be more aware about the scope, challenges, and way forward for renewable energy in sociological, economical, technical, and legal sectors as well. Undoubtedly, the Save the Soil movement, initiated by Isha Foundation, seems to be the need of the hour. The sustainable development has always been a global purpose. I'm confident to say that you have succeeded in making us be aware about how important it is to save our environment and environmental related subjects. With this, I would like to thank once again for your time. The platform is now open for discussion. If the participants have any doubts or questions based on the discussions to be asked with the resource person, you may click on the raise the hand button sign and proceed with your questions.
Participants have any questions, you can ask. You can clarify the doubts. Okay, I assume that all of you have understood everything very well because it was very informative session. Okay, I request Priya to continue.
Since there was no question being posed, it's very clear that the delivery of message was very appropriate and clear. So I now request Ms. Sindhu to express the gratitude by delivering vote of thanks. Over to you, Sindhu.
I wish a very good afternoon to all. Once a great man said, feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. I considered it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of STM College of Law and entire fraternity of management here, extend very hearty gratitude to the speaker of the session, Ms. Dipti Bhatt, partner, Kochar and Company, advocates and legal consultants. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing your crucial work and sharing your thoughts and opinion today and making this session interesting and meaningful. I would like to thank our beloved principal, Dr. Tara Nar, for constant support and encouragement. Thank you, sir. And I extend my sincere and heartfelt thanks to the guest invitees, faculty members, organizing committee, and participants for your presence and cordial cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I was very delighted to give this presentation. And like always, I was always on the other side, just for your information, even to Rajeshri. I was normally comparing all the functions at SDM Law College. So Taranath sir might remember that. So yes, being on this side, it is feeling very different. But yes, I have graduated to being on the other side. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
This is really a great inspiration for all the students. Actually, those who are this side now, there is always a chance that they can go that side and be on the screen or be on our stage.
Yes,
But
yes,
next time, we'd
definitely.
like to have you on our stage here.
Sure, sure. All right. Thank you so much.
With this, we conclude our first technical session. It was great having you all here. I now would like to formally conclude the session. We will have a short break now, and the second technical session shall commence at 1:30 p.m. sharp. Do join us at 1:30 p.m. and use the same link to join. So I'm your host, Priya Koshi, signing off. Thank you all. Have a pleasant day ahead. You may leave the meeting now.
Thank you, Vistipti,
Thank
again.
you.
Yes.
You are busy now. Here now. As a problem. What why sir? We are going to see the IT park property there. Gently, where we have applied. So if you are free, you can. Why it is sir? What is there afterwards? So value is supposed to be what you know. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Apurva, member of Organizing Committee of International Conference, would like to extend a hearty welcome to one and all present today. We have gathered here today to discuss on some of the major challenges and issues pertaining to the use of renewable energy on a global level. Today, despite of vast technological and scientific advancements, the world still heavily relies on fossil fuels and even continues subsidizing them. Meanwhile, the pollution that they cause, from climate damaging greenhouse gases to health endangering particles, has reached record levels. Clean energy development is vital for combating climate change and limiting its most devastating effects. Thus, understanding renewable energy, its importance, and issues involved is the starting point in the long journey of protecting our Earth. With this note, let us begin our next technical session dealing with patenting trends in renewable energy. I now request Mr. Darshan to brief us about the topic for our next session.
So the next topic is regarding patenting trends in renewable energy. The world has thought of shifting from using non-renewable energy to renewable energy due to various reasons. Significant among them are high rise in price in non-renewable energy source due to shortage of resource and high demand without any better alternative. Protection of environment, that is to control the damages that has been causing by the non-renewable energy resource. These are the two main reasons concerning the most in order for shifting from non-renewable energy to renewable energy. It is no doubt that renewable energy will definitely make the world better place to live. That is why the renewable energy is called as clean energy or eco-friendly energy. In order to get access to the renewable energy by the common man of the society, the companies or the individuals should be into more and more research field in order to make the product in affordable price. For this, huge monetary resource is required for research and development. And presently, various resourceful companies like Tesla and Apple, and even the startups are also being into research and development in respect of renewable energy. Like they are in the field of solar, wind, bioenergy, hydropower, geothermal, wave, tidal power, and many other fields. In the 21st century, the world is looking towards the shifting from non-renewable energy to renewable energy, and demand is rising from the renewable energy, where it can be achieved by extensive research and development. In order to protect the efforts of the research and development made by the companies, or in some cases by individuals in the subject matter of renewable energy, the companies and individuals are applying for the protection under the IPR. In the present year, the patent application filed by the companies and individuals in respect of renewable energy has raised in many fold when compared to 20 years ago, which is due to the extensive research in the field of renewable energy and for the protection of the same, which further encourages the others to participate in more and more research and development in the renewable energy sector to make the world, in order to make the world a better place by curbing the environmental protection. So let us understand more about the patenting trends in the renewable energy by our guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshan. I now request Ms. Shubhalakshmi to welcome and introduce our speaker for the next session, Ms. Anjusha Puttanpurail, Solicitor at Crawley Millers Island and Ambassador for Island Law Society.
Good afternoon, everyone. With great honor and pleasure, I, Subhlakshmi KP, member of Organizing Committee, would like to welcome Ms. Anjusha Puttanpurail, our alumni, solicitor at Crawley Miller Solicitors and the Law School Ambassador of Law Society, Ireland. I also extend a warm welcome to our beloved Principal Dr. Taranath, Vice Principal Dr. Balika, Faculty Convener Dr. Rajashri Askini, Faculty Co-Convener Technical Mr. Karthik Anand, and all committee members and participants. I take this opportunity to briefly introduce our resource person for the second technical session, Ms. Anjusha Puttanpurail. Anjusha has a BA LLB from SDM Law College, Mangaluru, India, and qualified as a solicitor in India in the year 2016. After qualification, Anjusha worked as a junior legal associate solicitor and then as a trademark attorney in Kerala, India. In these roles, Anjusha gained extensive in-office legal work experience and developed strong skills in a number of key areas, in particular in the drafting and reviewing of contracts, in addition to carrying out detailed and complex legal research. She also has obtained a good knowledge of intellectual property law and its various components. Anjusha moved to Ireland in 2019 and obtained a training contract with Crawley Miller Solicitors after successfully completing her final examination one in the Incorporated Law Society of Ireland in early 2020. This was an excellent achievement for Anjusha as she did not attend any law courses in Ireland in preparation for the exams. Anjusha was also designated as one of the Law School Ambassador for the year 2021-22 under the Law Society of Ireland. As an ambassador, Anjusha would mentor students and help shape their career in law. I wholeheartedly welcome Ms. Anjusha for presiding technical session 2. It's a great pleasure to have you here as a resource person. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhalakshmi. I now request Ms. Anjusha to share her thoughts with us.
Many thanks for the welcome. Could someone just wave your hands to confirm you can hear me well and see my audio? Is it working well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah,
yes, it's proper.
Thanks so much. Many thanks for the introduction, Shubhalakshmi. Good afternoon, all. My name is Anjusha, and I'm here to talk to you about patenting trends in renewable energy. The development of renewable sources of energy is essential to tackle the climate crisis. So what can we learn about them from looking at the patent data? The past decade has seen unprecedented investment in renewable energy as well as significant development of new technologies. You can see the evidence of this with the proliferation of solar cells and wind turbines dotted across the landscape. But it can also be measured by looking at trends in the number of published patent applications. Patents are widely used as an indicator of how much innovation is taking place, where and in which fields. Taking a deeper look at the data can therefore provide a range of insights into innovation in this sector. Sorry, let me see if I can share my screen here. Sorry, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. From 2002 to 2012, a decade in which innovation was being promoted in the renewable sector, the number of patent applications published under the Patent Cooperation Treaty for renewables increased by 547%. Although this figure has declined in 2019, it was still 3.5 times higher than in 2002. According to the Global Trends in Renewable Energy Investment 2019 report published by the UN Environment Programme and Bloomberg NEF, investment in renewables capacity exceeded 250 billion US dollars each year from 2014 to 2018. Taking the decade as a whole, the report estimates that a total of 2.6 trillion US dollars was invested worldwide. By 2019, renewables in total represent 26.3% of total electricity produced worldwide. However, the investment picture varies from year to year. While investment in 2018 was high, it was actually lower in 2017, as the authors of the Global Trends report explain. Yes, the 2018 global investment figures were 12% down on the previous year, but this is not a step backwards. Renewable energy, particularly solar photovoltaics, is getting cheaper. The most notable trend since 2002 is the growth of solar technology. In 2002, solar accounted for just over a quarter of published PCT applications for renewables, while in 2019, they accounted for over half of them. As Yongqing Zhai and Yuna Lee explained in an article for the World Economic Forum, investment in renewable energy is slowing down, but this is not necessarily bad news. The slower growth in renewable energy investment can be attributed mainly to falling costs in solar and wind globally and to the change in market conditions with reduced subsidies in many countries. In other words, the needed investment is lower for installing the same level of solar or wind power capacity. It is worth bearing these factors in mind as we take a look at trends in patenting in the renewable energy sector. Patents and renewable energy. The WIPO administrated the Patent Cooperation Treaty, which is widely used by inventors seeking patents internationally. By filing a single PCT application, applicants can seek patent protection for an invention in more than 150 countries that have signed up to the pact. The granting of patents, however, remains under the control of national or regional patent offices. Increasing the use of renewable energy is key to limiting the global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Under the PCT system, a patent applicant can file an international application which triggers the process of seeking to acquire rights in multiple jurisdictions. Importantly, the application is normally published 18 months after the earliest filing date, meaning that the invention is publicly disclosed at that point. After this, the patent is examined and granted by each national or regional patent office in which protection is sought. And if granted, the patents are normally valid for up to 20 years from the filing date, subject to the payment of maintenance fees. When patent rights lapse, the technology in question enters the public domain, meaning the public is free to use it without risking a lawsuit. Studying the trends in the number of international applications published under the PCT can provide a valuable insight into technology trends worldwide, as long as a couple of limitations are kept in mind. First, the PCT figures do not represent all inventive activity worldwide. Some inventors may choose to file individual patent applications nationally or regionally instead of using the PCT system, or may opt to file not patents at all. Second, the publication data provides a snapshot of trends at the time of publication, which is normally 18 months after a patent is filed, and many years before the patent expires. It does not tell us how long a patent remains valid for or how the patent is commercialized or licensed in the market. Checking the overall trends, the total number of international applications filed and published under the PCT for renewable technologies increased each year from 2002 to 2012, when it was at peak at 4,541. Since then, the number of applications declined each year from 2013 to 2018. Although figures increased slightly in 2019, to put these data in context, 237,378 PCT applications were published by WIPO across all technologies in 2018, meaning that the proportion of patents for renewables was just over 1%. This is small compared to areas such as computer technology, digital communication, medical technology, and pharmaceuticals, each of which accounts for at least 6% of international applications. However, the growth rate, which accounts for the 6% of international applications, is impressive from 2002 to 2012. The number of PCT applications published for renewables increased by 547%. This corresponds to the decade in which most investment was being made in the sector and innovation was being promoted. And although the total number of PCT publications has declined since the peak of 2012, in 2019, it was still 3.5 times higher than in 2002. Another way to measure the trends is to look at patent families. A patent family includes all the national or regional patents with the same priority date. In other words, it helps to measure both the number of innovations and the number of markets in which they are filed. Using this measure, the total number of patent applications relating to renewables based on the filing year of the first listed application increased from 10,463 in 2002 to a peak of 27,089 in 2011. In 2017, the number was 24,027. What can we deduce from all these figures? It is important to remember that patents are a long-term investment. For example, a patent applied for in 2012 could still be valid in 2032. The patent applicant can commercialize the invention at any point during that time, either through developing products or services incorporating the patented technology or by licensing it to others. The inventions relating to renewable energy that were being patented during the 2002 to 2012 boom are therefore likely to be seen in commercially available products and services today and in the coming decade. The evidence from these statistics is that a lot of innovation has taken place in this sector since 2002, and now we are just beginning to see the benefits of these inventive efforts. Moreover, by breaking down the statistics by type of technology, we can identify the trends in the renewable sector. The total number of published PCT applications for renewable energy can be divided into four main sectors: solar power, fuel cells, wind energy, and geothermal, which is using heat from under the earth. The most notable trend since 2002 is the growth of solar technology. This can be seen in figure 2. In 2002, solar accounted for just over a quarter of published PCT applications for renewables, while in 2019, they accounted for over half of them. Over the past 17 years, the number of published PCT applications relating to solar power increased by 678%. Solar has been the leading technology every year since 2009. It peaked in 2012 when 2,691 international patent applications were filed. This investment in innovation reflects the growth of solar power generation around the world. The Global Trends report referred to the above found that there was only 25 gigawatts of solar capacity at the end of 2009. In the period 2010 to 2019, an additional 638 gigawatts were available. The data for solar contrasts with that for fuel cell technology, which peaked earlier in 2008 when it was the leading technology category. Since then, the number of published patent applications has dropped by about one half. In 2019, international patent applications for fuel cell technology accounted for just 19% of renewables. The number of published international patent applications for wind energy has fluctuated considerably, although the overall trend is one of growth. In 2019, they accounted for 28% of publications in the renewables sector. However, international patent applications relating to geothermal energy accounted for just 1.5% of those published in the sector. When we check the regional breakdown, it is another way to analyze the patent trends by looking at where the patent comes from. The country of origin of the applicant must be stated in the application, and when there is more than one applicant, the data is based on the first one listed. Based on this analysis, over the decade from 2010 to 2019, we can see that Japan tops the leaderboard with respect to the total number of patent applications for renewables in general and for both solar and fuel cell technologies. The United States ranks highest for geothermal technology. This is in the figure 3. And in wind energy, Denmark is top ranked, followed by Germany. However, if we look at the second half of the decade, the picture is somewhat different. While Japan still leads the way with a total number of 3,114 published international patent applications for renewables, and the United States remains second with 2,247, China has risen to third place with 1,522. Over the total number of published applications from China, 1,115 are in the field of solar technology, where China has made great advances in recent years. In 2017, China became the first country to pass 100 gigawatts of solar capacity. Its aim is to reach 1,330 gigawatts by 2050. China is also comfortably ranked number 1 when we look at patent families. In the period 2013 to 2017, for example, counting entire patent families, 45,472 patents originated from China, more than twice the number originating from Japan, which is ranked second. This trend is driven by solar technology, where Chinese applicants have 3 times the number of patents compared to those in Japan. The contrast between the data on published patents and patent families is interesting, as it indicates that applicants from China are applying for patents in more jurisdictions compared to those from other regions. This in turn suggests that the inventions being patented may have greater potential for commercialization around the world. Now, moving on to the role of patents in renewable energy technology innovation. Innovation is essential for the accelerated distribution of renewable energy technologies that will play a key role in addressing the issues of energy security, energy access, and climate change. Technological innovation is achieved through a mix of various demand factors and technology supply factors. Various modes of innovation operate within different contexts at different stages of technology development, involving various players over different timescales. Innovation can occur at all stages of the technology lifecycle of RET, ranging from breakthroughs in basic technology inventions and improved research, development, and demonstration systems to improved market development and commercialization. RET innovation is a complex issue with different contexts in each region or country. As part of the efforts by the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, to strengthen its member states' technology and innovation strategies, the IRENA Innovation and Technology Center, IITC, has initiated an assessment of qualifying technology frameworks, including RD&D trends and status information. The information ranges from patents and reduction of technology risk through streamlined standardization and quality management, as well as assessments of criteria for RAT innovation policy frameworks. This activity will strengthen IRENA's role as a global voice and advisory resource for renewables through pooling knowledge, publishing relevant information, and providing practical advice and guidelines on promoting RAT innovation. IRENA can therefore support RAT innovation. Now, how patents encourage innovation in technological development and deployment. Innovation is crucial for the development and deployment of technologies. A widely deployed model to understand technology builds on the concept of technology lifecycle. The lifecycle of technologies can be divided into 3 number of steps from invention, market development, and commercial diffusion. Different processes can be observed at each stage of the life cycle, and different instruments can be deployed to promote innovation. One group of such instruments relate to intellectual property rights. IPR refers broadly to the ownership of intellectual findings in the industrial, scientific, literary, and artistic fields. IPR grants inventors certain exclusive rights over their creations to encourage creative activity for the benefit of society by allowing the inventors a fair return on their investments. Traditionally, IPR is divided into two groups: industrial property rights and copyright. In general, copyright is a legal term describing rights given to the creators for their literary and artistic creations, such as, for example, music and paintings, while the term industrial property rights is used as a denomination for certain exclusive rights regarding innovative ideas or distinguishing signs or designations in the industrial or commercial field. Industrial property takes a range of forms and includes, among others, patents to protect inventions, trademarks, industrial designs, and commercial names. Patents can play a prominent role in the entire technology lifecycle, from the initial stage to the market introduction stage, where competitive technologies can be protected with patents and licensed out to third parties to expand financial opportunity. A patent is the right granted to a patent holder by a state or by a regional office acting for several states, which allows the patent holder for a limited period to exclude others from commercially exploiting his invention without his authorization. By granting such rights, patents provide incentives for innovators, offering them recognition for their creativity and enabling them to appropriate the returns of their investment. A patent may be a powerful business tool, allowing innovators to gain exclusivity over a new product or process, develop a strong market position, and earn additional revenues through licensing. Patent protection is usually sought at the research and development stage of the technology lifecycle. Various developments in companies, including research units and specialized lawyers, play a key role in the development of inventions, as well as in the process of preparing and filing patent applications and obtaining, maintaining, and exploiting patents. In return for exclusive rights, the inventor must sufficiently disclose the patented invention to the public so that others can access the new knowledge and can further develop the technology. The disclosure of the invention is an essential consideration in any patent granting procedure. In this way, the patent system is designed to balance the interests of inventors and the general public. Patents are unique in the way that they award time-limited rights of exclusive use of ideas or concepts that can be used to provide useful products and services. Patents are rights protecting the outcomes of an innovation process, which is commonly called inventions. Inventions can relate to the creation of an entirely new device, product, method, or process, or may simply be an improvement to a known product or process. A single product can be covered by a range of patents, while on the other hand, an individual patent is often part of a larger technology solution. Not all inventions are patentable. An invention must meet several criteria to be eligible for patent protection. These criteria include, most significantly, that the claimed invention consists of patentable subject matter, it is new, it involves an inventive step, and is capable of industrial application, and it is fully disclosed. Patents are crucial for technological innovation in the context where they apply. They can be used to generate revenues from licenses, encourage collaborative partnerships, or to create a market advantage and be the basis for productive activities. As such, they create strong incentives for innovation in market-based economies. An alternative approach would be to keep inventions confidential, limiting public access to crucial technology advances. However, this would have advantages and disadvantages for both inventors and for society as a whole, which can benefit from the inventions. The protection conferred by patents is time limited. Generally, it lasts for 20 years from the filing date of the application, but can be abandoned or revoked before the expiration of this period. Once the patent has expired or abandoned in a given country, third parties are no longer required to obtain the consent of the patent holder for the exploitation of the formerly patented protected invention. And so, in those countries, the invention can be freely used by the public. It should be noted that there is a typical time lag of 5 to 10 years between granting of the patents and market update. Patent rights are territorial in nature and are governed by the national patent laws. This means that a patent is valid and enforceable only in the territory of the country in or for which the protection is granted, in accordance with the applicable law of that country. Therefore, if a patent is issued in Japan, it only protects the invention in Japan. If the invention needs to be protected in another country, such as China, the owner needs to file another patent application in China. Filing a patent application for an invention in many countries at the same time may incur enormous costs because each application must comply with different rules, including different language requirements. Therefore, inventors typically limit filing their patent applications to those countries where they see a potential market for their inventions. In order to keep an applicant from one country to obtain protection in another country, the Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property provides the so-called right of priority. This provides practical advantages in that when the applicants seek protection in several countries, they are not required to present all their applications at the same time, but have 12 months at their disposal to decide in which countries they wish to obtain protection. This allows applicants to organize the steps they must take to secure protection in foreign countries with due care. Although it is not possible to obtain a patent application with a global worldwide effect, the Patent Cooperation Treaty, an international treaty administered by WIPO, makes it possible to seek patent protection for an invention simultaneously in each of a large number of countries by filing a single international patent application instead of filing several national or regional applications. A single international patent application under this treaty has the same effect as regular national or regional applications filed in each contracting state of the PCT designated in the international application. The PCT international applications may be filed by anyone who is a national or a resident of the contracting state of the PCT. After going through certain procedures at the international level, each national and regional patent office of the countries in which an applicant seeks patent protection decides whether or not to grant a patent with respect to an invention contained in a PCT application. In addition, when a number of countries are members of the regional patent system, a patent application may be filed with effect in the territories of all or some of these countries with the relevant regional office. As stated above, people or companies in countries where the patent has not been granted or has no legal effect are free to use an invention even for business purposes. In developing countries where not many patents have been granted, there may be many opportunities of using such inventions. However, lack of skills, inadequate investment capacity, supply chains, and economies of scale make it difficult for the developing countries to use available inventions for their own technology development for the inventions within their countries. A patent can also be licensed to another party, which permits that party to use, sell, or manufacture the invention. In return, the licensor usually receives royalty payments from the licensee. While patent information is public, licensing information is generally kept confidential. If available, an analysis of licensing activities showing which patents are licensed by whom and where could be used to indicate the commercial value of patents and the trends of technology diffusion geographically and among companies. The unavailability of such information is unfortunate from an analytical perspective, since that information could be used to identify the usefulness of patents and the network of patent information. Patents can be owned by governments or government organizations, although the majority are owned by private sector organizations and individuals. Governments, in principle, cannot grant licenses to third parties for use of patents that are privately owned, nor can they force patent owners to share their rights with third parties, except in some specific cases, such as in the event of abuse of the patent rights or in the interest of public through compulsory license. Advocates of patenting argue that patents act as a strong incentive for innovation, while others are concerned that they restrain innovation. To some extent, the role and impact of patents depend on the specific technology involved. While some patents may temporarily limit the use of specific technologies to the patent's owner and the licensees in some jurisdictions, such innovations often encourage the development of competing technologies. For technologies requiring considerable financial and technical resources and a long period to develop marketable products that are then relatively inexpensive to reproduce, patent protection is critical. For pharmaceuticals, for example, patents are important both in terms of stimulating innovation of new medicines and ensuring access to new medical technologies. National and regional patent offices, such as the United States Patent and Trademark Office (USPTO), the Japan Patent Office (JPO), the Korean Intellectual Property Office, and the State Intellectual Property Office of the Republic of China (SIPO), play a critical role in ensuring that patents are granted only to inventions that are genuine contributions to the state, with procedural as well as substantive requirements prescribed under the applicable patent law of the country or region in question. In particular, while the steps taken by the offices to grant patents differ, broadly speaking, the Patent Office examined the applications to ensure that they comply with the formal requirements, that all the relevant documentation is included, and the filing fee has been paid. Furthermore, in many countries, the Patent Office will conduct the prior art search and a substantive examination, aiming to ensure that the application satisfies patentability requirements such as novelty, inventiveness, and industrial applicability, and that the invention is clearly and completely disclosed in a patent application. If the examination leads to a positive conclusion, the Patent Office grants a patent and issues a certificate of grant. In addition, many patent offices provide a period during which third parties may oppose the grant of a patent. In addition, in most countries, the Patent Office publishes patent applications normally 18 months after the first filing date and again when patents are granted. In practice, patent offices are often understaffed, resulting in mounting backlogs and challenges in maintaining the quality standards. High quality patents help increase certainty in the marketplace and enhance technological innovation. Moreover, IPR protection has become an important aspect of trade. While WIPO is the key international organization that promotes innovation and creativity through the use of IPR, the World Trade Organization also plays a key role in the area of intellectual property rights. Under the Agreement on Trade-related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, the WTO established minimum levels of protection that each of its members has to give to IPR, which should contribute to innovation and transfer of technology in a way that benefits both technology suppliers and recipients. Use of patent information for planning and monitoring of innovation. Patent information, namely the information included in public documents such as patent applications and granted patents, constitutes an important source of technical, legal, and business information. Patent information can also be used to access RD&D trends, emerging technologies, white space, innovation patterns, and relevant markets of competitors. The public nature of patent information also helps to avoid duplication of efforts and unnecessarily investments or infringement on patent owners' IPR. When patent ownership and inventor data are public, competitors as well as partners for collaboration, licensing, and technology transfer can be identified more easily. The broad range of technical, business, and legal information available from patents can be used for a number of different purposes, including prior art searches to establish a baseline for technical research and development activities, avoiding patent infringement, planning investment, commercial and R&D activities, and identifying key patenting trends and innovation patterns. Patents are also used as an indicator for monitoring the innovation of technologies, the technology competitiveness of a country, or the economic performance of a company or country. Patent data can also be used to indicate global trends for technology transfer. A patent that is granted in many countries suggests that the inventor foresees wide applicability. A study by the OECD developed a proxy measure of technology transfer from the fact that protection for the invention may be sought in several countries. This is due to the fact that inventions are unlikely to file patent applications in more than one country unless there is potential market for the technology covered by the original patent in those countries. Discussing about the future of renewable energy and tracking the patent trends, patents are of necessity filed at an early stage in the development of new technology, which means that patent filing trends can provide good insights in today's R&D and tomorrow's leading technologies. Climate change targets are a major driver of innovation in today's world. There is little doubt that innovative solutions are needed across the board if we are to achieve net zero by 2050 and limit the rise in average global temperature to below 2 Celsius as set out in the Paris Agreement. Climate change mitigation technologies, however, cut across many fields and can be difficult to track using traditional technology and specific classification codes. In response, the European Patent Office developed the Y02 classification scheme, which allows patent for sustainable technologies to be retrieved quickly and accurately and allows patent trends in this area to be extracted and analyzed. Interpreted correctly, the data affords useful insights into technology trends and competitor activity within the green economy, informing strategic decision making in the industry and allowing for evidence based discussion by policymakers. The Y02 classification scheme covers all climate change mitigation technologies with categories for energy generation, transportation, buildings, waste, carbon capture and storage, and smart grids. Let me share my screen. Sorry, can you see my screen? Sorry, could someone confirm that my screen is visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Proceed.
Yep. Charts 1 and show the patent applications published in different renewable energy fields during the 5 years to the end of 2020. Solar PV energy emerges as the clear leader with the number of patent applications far exceeding those in other areas, representing more than half the total number. The data for solar PV energy does, however, show a drop in numbers following a peak in 2018. Nothing that there is typically an 18-month delay between patent filing and publication. This suggests that patent filing activity in this area peaked during 2016 to 2017. The trend should not be taken as an indication of any lessening of interest in the solar PV energy, but it does suggest that the industry may have reached a mature stage where patent filings have leveled off. By contrast, wind energy, solar thermal energy, and hydro energy all saw their highest ever number of patent applications during 2020, with the upward trend most marked for solar energy, hinting at an increase at innovation in these areas. Chart 3 shows the patent publications in the same fields for the first 2 months of 2021. Even extrapolated to the end of 2021, the figures are lower than we would expect, and it seems likely that there is a delay in figures for some patent offices making their way into patent databases. As such, it's too early to meaningfully incorporate these figures into the yearly trends. However, we can still look at relative numbers for a preliminary indication of how the trends might develop. Notably, while the solar PV energy is still the leading technology, patent publications in this area dropped below 50% of the total for the first time in 5 years. While the share represented by wind energy, patent filings has increased from less than a quarter to well over a third. This supports the hypothesis of increased innovation in the wind energy field. Going against the upward trend seen in 2020, the proportion of patent applications in solar thermal field has dropped from 16% in 2020 to 6% in 2021. It will be interesting to see how these numbers develop over the rest of the year. Now, who are the biggest patent filers in the renewable energy field? Chart 4 shows the top 10 filers for the 5 years from the beginning of 2016 to the end of 2020. China's state grid are the leaders by a long way. This is unsurprising and mirrors the significant increase in Chinese originating patent applications seen across all technologies in recent years. Chart 5 looks at solar PV energy filed in particular. Unsurprisingly, given the dominance of solar PV related filings, the top 5 filers here are also seen in the overall top 10. Looking to wind energy in chart 6, however, we see more of a change with Vestas and Goldwind in the top spots, narrowly ahead of State Grid and General Electric. Notably, Siemens and Siemens Gamesa both make individual applicants in the top 10 filers. Chart 7 and 8 gives us the picture so far for 2021. Again, we have to be careful not to read too much into the data so early this year, with patent publications for State Grid, for example, notably absent from the figures. Possibly, as a result of this, the statistics in the solar PV field do show a number of different companies entering the top 10. In the wind energy field, the 2021 data shows General Electric in the lead with Woben in second place, while Siemens and Siemens Gamesa again make individual appearances in the top 10. Vestas remain the top, and a number of publications also appear in the number of MHI Vestas joint venture. Now, tracking the patent trends for the future of renewable energy, we have already compared the patent trends for renewable energy generation technology from 2016 to 2020. Using the Y02 classification scheme developed by the EPO for labeling climate change mitigation technologies, we compared the number of publications in different renewable energy fields like solar PV, solar thermal, wind, geothermal, hydro, and from the sea, and ranked the biggest patent filers in these areas. Now let us extend the trend analysis over the 10 years leading up to 2021. Chart 1 illustrates the annual number of publications related to different forms of renewable energy generation. Chart 2 then shows the overall proportion linked to each field. In the previous patent tracker feature, we looked at the filings published during the 5-year period from January 2016 to December 2020. We noted that solar PV dominated, accounting for well over half of all publications over that time frame. We have now extended our analysis to cover the 10 years from January 2011 to the end of 2020. This is a particularly interesting period which covers the lead up to the Paris Agreement, an international treaty on climate change mitigation, and its entry into force in 2016. Keeping in mind that there is generally an 18-month delay between filing a patent and its subsequent publication, the Paris Agreement may account for the relatively sharper increase in solar PV and wind publications observed between 2016 and 2018. You can see this in chart 1. Even having extended our analysis to cover the 10 years leading up to 2021, each renewable energy generation field maintains its rank in terms of its share of patent publications when comparing the chart 2. Obtaining the bigger picture, however, does reveal trends previously obscured by only looking at publications from 2016 to 2020. Notably, solar thermal publications appear to be recovering from a relatively steady decline, with 2020 having brought the highest number of publications within this time period. This may suggest renewed interest in this area. Chart 3 displays the share of publications associated with the same industries for the first few months of 2021. The data continues to support some of the tentative conclusions drawn in March's patent tracker feature, notably the proportion of solar PV publications, which remained above 50% from 2014 to 2020, now sits below half. In contrast, the share of publications related to wind energy generation is currently higher than it has been for the last 10 years, supporting the hypothesis of increased innovation in this area. The figures for solar thermal energy and the remaining fields remain relatively consistent with those in Chart 2, indicating sustained interest. Early data from 2021 published suggested a significant decrease in the share of publications held by solar thermal energy. It is promising to see that the proportion increased from 6% to 17% as 2021 progressed. Such recent data does, however, have to be viewed with caution. Some patent offices may take longer to provide details of published patent applications than others. This has the potential to distort the data, especially where filings for the different technology areas are being made in different areas around the world. Chart 4, 5, and 6, respectively, illustrate the number of publications related to wind, solar, and hydro renewable energy generation from 2011 to 2020 by country of publication. It is only the 10 countries included associated with the highest number of publications. And chart 5 combines figures for solar PV, solar thermal, and solar thermal PV hybrids. Perhaps unsurprisingly, China dominates all three charts. Taking the data published by the International Renewable Energy Agency, China has produced the most electricity from renewable sources every year between 2011 and 2018. A 2019 UN report on global trends in renewable energy investment also named China by far the biggest investor in renewable energy since 2012. From the above charts, the margin by which China leads the way for publications related to hydro energy is larger than for wind energy and solar energy. This may be attributed to the fact that renewable hydropower is currently China's largest source of renewable energy, accounting for an incredible 66% of electricity generated from renewable sources in China in 2018, for example. For the purpose of comparison, renewable hydropower only accounted for 40% in the United States. Now moving on to the data of top filers. Chart 7 displays the top filers for renewable energy publications in 2021 so far, and charts 8 and 9 rank the top filers for publications related respectively to solar PV and wind energy. Although we are yet to obtain the full picture when comparing the 2021 top filers published, 8 of the same applicants are replicated for publications related to solar PV energy and 10 of the same for wind energy. State Grid, which dominated both solar PV publications from 2016 to 2020 and renewable energy publications in general, is still notably absent, with Samsung Display Company taking the lead so far this year. Vestas Wind Systems, which filed the second highest number of wind-related patents published between 2016 and 2020, currently occupies the top spot for wind energy and indeed for renewable energy in general for 2021. General Electric, another top wind filer, follows closely, supporting other indications of increased innovation in the wind sector. It will be interesting to see how these rankings develop over the remainder of the years and whether State Grid returns to the top as the data as 2022 matures. Improving technologies. Increasing the use of renewable energy is key to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels as one of the goals set by the Paris Agreement. A 2018 report by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change looks at various scenarios and projected that to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, renewables need to supply between 70% and 85% of electricity by 2050. It also added, while acknowledging the challenges and differences between the options and national circumstances, political, economic, social, and technical feasibility of solar energy, wind energy, and electricity storage technology have substantially improved over the past few years. These improvements signal a potential system transition in energy generation. The evidence from the publication of patent data supports this finding and suggests that innovation in the renewables sector took off in the decade up into 2012, particularly in solar technologies. Over the next few years, we will see how that innovation helps to tackle global warming in practice. What new technology can we expect in 2022? In the latent patent tracker feature, we looked at wind classification codes to gain an idea of what new technology we could expect in 2022. This time, the focus is on solar PV renewable energy generation. US-based solar energy company SunPower, for example, is a top filer in this area, ranking 4th place in the chart 9. Their 2021 publications so far cover a diverse range of solar PV related technology. Clearly, renewable energy generation is a diverse field, and the patent publications seen so far reflect this. However, to give a flavor, we can pick on the top filer under the wind energy classification codes. General Electric's patents published in January and February 2021 include several cases relating to the manufacture of wind turbine blades and their components, a modular gearbox for a wind turbine, a superconducting magnet for increasing the power and efficiency of a wind turbine, a control system for improving tolerance to grid voltage fluctuation, a DFIG converter, and an additionally manufactured tower structure for wind turbine. In summary, patents can be used in several ways to support and monitor the renewable energy technology innovation. The basic role of patents is to create temporarily and geographically limited exclusive rights that act as a strong incentive for innovation through protection of investments and resulting inventions and to support dissemination of innovation outcome. Patents have never had a global coverage. Once patents have expired, the information is freely available for others to use. Patents play a key role as an incentive for innovation in market-based economies. They allow technology investors to capture the value of inventions. Number of patent applications are growing rapidly. They can be considered a core component of an information-based society. Because patent information is public, patent databases constitute an important source of technology knowledge. At the same time, individual patents are often only part of a larger technology solution and written in such a way that know-how and other specific knowledge are required to fully deploy the invention to an economically profitable extent. Patent trends can be analyzed to identify renewable development trends and forecast innovations. The number of patent filings in a certain field, the location of patent filings, the name of filing organizations and inventors, the referencing of patents, and the patent families are used as indicators of innovation. Just as patent filings are often relevant to the market formation, patent analysis can generate valuable information about the market development, such as which fields of technology currently businesses enter or intend to enter in the years ahead. At the same time, patents have their limitations as information sources. Not all inventions are patented. Not all patents have the same relevance and the same value. Unfortunately, the usefulness of certain patents in innovation is not self-evident and will often show over time. While information on patent families can be collected, licensing information may not always be available. Patenting is an indicator of RD&D progress, but the fact that many patents are filed does not guarantee that a key technology will emerge or be successful in the market. Assessments of patent information in combination with other information such as GDP and RD&D investments can indicate the technology competitiveness of a country or the economic performance of a company or country, thus monitoring technological innovation. Quality patents help increase certainty in the marketplace and will help enhance technological innovation. In addition, they ensure that exclusive rights are only granted for valid inventions, preventing unwarranted exclusion of competitors from a particular marketplace. Governments, through their patent offices, must be the guardians of patent quality. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sandeep.
Thank you, Ms. Anjusha, for sharing with us the detailed statistics of patent applications relating to renewable energy, which has shown us the growth of various innovations in the field of renewable energy globally. It was truly an enlightening session. Now the platform is open for all the participants to clarify their doubts, if any.
Ma'am, I have one doubt, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
So some of the R&Ds are also sponsored by donations or sponsorship. So what are their contribution to the society? What are the contribution of that companies who have received the donations or a sponsorship from the NGOs, maybe NGOs or particularly individual?
Sorry, can you say that again? The line just broke.
There is a contribution made by the individual or NGO to the some of the companies in order to go into research and development. What are their contribution to the society?
Okay, so you're talking about the contribution given by the individual to the NGOs.
No, R&D is performed by the companies.
Yeah.
Research and development is done by companies. So some of them are being donated, or some of them are some research and developments are being done by sponsorship. So what are the companies' contribution to the society? Is there any contribution?
Yeah, it is done. It is done as there will be issues regarding revenue. So that is when the sponsorship has been taken. So there is obviously contribution to society because ultimately the invention is being open to the society, and once the patent rights lapse, it is open for the society to use, and whatever users they are using it, they have to pay to the licensee or the inventor who does the invention.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any doubts? Since there are no further doubts, I think we can proceed. I now request Ms. Sri Lakshmi Bhatt to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all. Honorable Chief Guest, our beloved principal, teacher, and my dear friends. Has this session come to an end? I'm grateful for giving the opportunity to thank each and every individual responsible for the success of the session. No event is the hard work of an individual. A group work is required to put up a successful one. So, I'm glad to begin with thanking our chief guest, Mrs. Anjusha Putanpurai, on behalf of our college, who has spared their valuable time to their part and share their views on patenting trends in renewable energy. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all other respected representatives who have blessed us with their presence. And also, I would like to thank our beloved principal, the organizing team, teaching and non-teaching staff. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all the students who are part of this conference today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sri Lakshmi. With this, we come to an end of our second technical session. I request all of you to join the third technical session, which will begin at 2:45. I request all of you not to leave the session. Thank you, Vanan. Welcome back, everyone, for the final session of today's conference. An American politician, Elizabeth Ann Warren, says, and I quote, "The choice before us is simple. Will we continue to subsidize dirty fossil fuels of the past, or will we transition to 21st century clean renewable energy?" I unquote. Yes, the choice is indeed ours, and we need to make this choice fast as the future of our planet is in our hands. However, path to renewable energy is not very easy and simple. There are several challenges associated with wider renewable energy adoption in many parts of the world. Hence, our next session focuses on renewable energy, opportunities, key challenges, and solutions. I now request Ms. Momin Mufida Begum to give us an introduction to the next topic.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Momin, member of Organizing Committee of International Conference, here to give brief introduction to the topic Renewable Energy, Opportunities, Key Challenges and Potential Solutions. Renewable energy, often referred to as clean energy, comes from natural sources or processes that are constantly replenished. For example, sunlight or wind keep shining and blowing even if their availability depends on time and weather. The benefits created by renewable energy are numerous. They include reduced costs, capacity to bring electricity to new remote locations, thus improving living standards, and opportunities to new communities, ability to increase security over energy generation, and be less dependent on geopolitical issues. Using renewable energy, technology reduces pollution and addresses climate change. Public acceptance of renewable energy is very high. Numerous studies show that people across all ages, education levels, and political standpoints are in favor of a world fully powered by renewables. There are various challenges faced by sources of renewable energy. One of the biggest concerns in the field of renewable energy is power generation depending on natural resources that are uncontrollable by human. Next are power quality issues, lack of information and awareness about benefits and need of renewable energy, cost issues, etc. Along with these issues, we have certain potential solutions as well, such as energy crisis solutions, where the solar impulse label is granted to innovative solutions to energy crisis that meet legal standards of sustainability and profitability, and energy efficiency and conservation. In order to prevent an energy crisis, it is also crucial that we consume less energy by improving and modernizing energy infrastructures such as smart grid solutions and smart cities. It is also important that we replace our old devices by energy efficient solutions, such as replacing traditional light bulbs by LEDs. But each solution goes through a strict assessment process performed by independent experts. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mufida. I now request Ms. Raihana to welcome and introduce our speaker for the next session, Professor Pandurang Vittal A, Head of Department, Center of Excellence in Smart Grid Technologies, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the third technical session of International Conference 2022. We have with us Chief Guest for the session, Professor Panduranga Vittal A, HOD, Center of Excellence in Smart Grid Technologies, NITK, Suratkar. I bid a very warm welcome to our Chief Guest who took out his valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this conference. With immense admiration, I would like to welcome our principal, Dr. Tarna, and all the teaching faculties and students present here to make this ceremony worthwhile. It's my pleasure to introduce you the renowned speaker of today to share his thought with us. Panduranga Vittal A was born in Bellary in 1964. He received his BE degree from Mysore University, Mysore in 1985. MA Applied Electronics degree in 1989 from PST College of Technology, Coimbatore. Then He earned a PhD degree from NITK, Mangalore during the year 1999. Presently, Professor Panduranga Vittal is serving as a professor in Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, and serving as a faculty at NITK since 1990. Professor Panduranga Vittal had served in various administrative positions of NITK, namely Nodal Officer for World Bank Funded Project, Faculty in charge of Electrical Works, HOD of the department, and Dean Alumni Affairs and Institutional Relations. He has been principal investigator for the various funded research and development projects. Currently, Professor Panduranga Vittal is heading a Center of Excellence in Smart Grid Technologies established with special funding support from NHRD. His area of research interest includes power system protection, power quality, smart grids, and design of embedded system. He has published around 70 technical research papers in various national and international conferences and around 35 papers in international journals. He is reviewer for the various journals and IEEE publications. He has chaired several international conferences in India and abroad. He has served as chairman for IEEE 2010, an international conference, and NSC 2010, a national conference. He is a senior member of IEEE, member of IEEE Power Engineering Society, fellow of Institutions Engineers India, and life member of IST. He was the chairman, Institutions of Engineers India, Mangalore local chapters during 2017 and 18. With this brief introduction, I present before you Professor Panduranga Vittal. Thank you and welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Rehana. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. At the outset, I wish to thank Dr. Haranath, Principal of SDM Law College, Mangalore, and Faculty Convener, Dr. Rajashree Kinney, who contacted me in regard to this international conference on renewable energy, particularly on socio-economic, environmental, and legal issues. And also I thank faculty co-convener, Mr. Karthik Anand, and all participants who are eager to get into the domain of legal consultancy in the area of renewable energy. So with that background, definitely you will have interest in understanding what is this and what globally one has opportunity for law and policy making in harnessing renewable energy, and what are the key challenges renewable energy deployment one faces in society, and what again solutions that we have generated, or rather we have invented to see that how renewable energy can help us. So with that briefing, I start my session, and if you permit, I switch off my video only during the presentation. In case there are any questions in between, I will switch on to interact with the participant. This is only to save bandwidth. If you want, I can continue with the video on, but if in case bandwidth issues are there for some remote people, it will help if a video is avoided and static presentation screen is visible. And I hope presentation screen is visible to you, all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can
yes,
pin
sir,
on
visible.
that. Yeah, fine. Thank you, madam. If all are ready, shall we start journey?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So renewable energy. Let us just get into certain points as agenda of this particular meeting. The agenda is as follows. First, let us understand how human history has tapped energy resources and how technologies have enabled convenient,
harnessing of this energy. Now, why we are thinking about renewable energy? Why and what is the reason? Then in that case, what opportunities we have to explore these renewable energy sources? And then what are the key challenges with this penetration of deploying renewable energy? Again, every time all the society leaders, including lawmakers, policy makers, they will come out with a potential solutions so that in the potential energy market or emerging new energy market with renewable energy penetration, how they can handle matter concerning to energy trading and try to see that renewable energy is accepted seamlessly into the life of all the members of society. So finally, we will have a conclusive remark with a list of references. However, at the end of the program, I will be sharing the course material so that it will come as an article in your proceedings. So let us,
Thank you, sir.
yeah. So let us briefly get into the list, mainly because the moment we know renewable energy, we think we are unaware of many other energy sources which we were using since centuries, since the Industrial Revolution and even before, when we were living in a heritage of civilization, various across, starting from ancient civilization to pre-industrial revolution civilization. Now, if you look into the columns here, the first column is power generation and what are the provisions made for conversion and what are the flexible options and how energy is available as a heat and how it is supporting, energy is supporting the mobility. So these are the overall picture in the form of a huge set what you have here. So when it comes to the energy, so you can see from here, just I can read out and give very brief on to what is this. We know photovoltaic panels. We know wind on the hilltops, we call it as onshore on the land. And we see many windmills on seabed, or you will find offshore. That means you will find essentially closer to the land but on sea. Then you have run of river power generation, where if the river turbulence is good enough, you, without stopping the river, you can generate energy called as a run of river. Or you can have a oil combustion plant like naphtha or diesel, so on. So oil plant. Then you can also use lignite plant. Then we know hard coal. So many super thermal power plants use hard coal either in-house, essentially from Jharkhand area, and also exported or imported from outside countries. Gas turbines, combined cycle gas turbines, nuclear power plants. So these are known to us. So in case you have other sources other than the conventional what we saw here, there can be a hydrogen, concentrated cylinders, methanes, containers, and many liquid fuels, and heat boilers, and electricity. What we are saying here is, what are the plants used for conversion of various fossil fuels or biomass, which is available to here, into different form of energy. So hydrogen is one form of energy, liquid fuels like petroleum, diesel, they are all yet another type of fuels. And you can also heat water to have a pressurized steam, to use that steam as in the boilers. And also you can convert them into electricity. So you can directly use in any of these forms to burn the fuel, or you can think about converting that to electricity. Then you have some flexible way of storing and using them. Like for example, storing them in batteries, or running batteries, or keeping batteries in vehicles, or storing energy by way of creating a pumped storage plants where huge tank or huge reservoir is used for storing the energy, water, to give a potential energy to convert that into electrical energy whenever required. Or you are going to use the available wind or solar power into hydrogen by electrolysis, and use power to convert that, and finally use electrolysis basis for generating the hydrogen. Then you can also use power to convert to methane. And there are various ways where you can store energy in the form of a liquid as an electrolysis process or a Fischer-Tropsch synthesis process. And also you can store in the form of a thermal storage. So you can use heat pump or heating rod to store that temperature in the form of a heat. Okay, and you have a combined the heat plants which can use energy to convert directly from the fuel, and use heat also to convert into a useful energy. Then for heat generation, we may use energy. One of them is electric heat pumps. So they can heat air or heat a liquid, or gas heat pumps. They will try to keep heat in the form of energy. So thermal energy storage is possible. And you have certain hybrid heat pumps where you can store energy in electrical conversion and also for gas conversion. Then you can use boilers or CHP plants, or create a fuel cell using hydrogen or a methane, or you can create a heat network. This is valid whenever you are living in a cold country. You require to warm the many buildings, so you require a heating grid there. And in some cases, volcanic locations where you find there is enough heat in the ground, you can use that heat for converting into a geothermal energy. And we are also using energy for mobility, for running car, trucks, trains, and so on. So you may have a battery electric vehicle, fuel cell electric vehicle, or conventional IC engine which we are running, like diesel car or a petrol car or truck or whatever. So we have also certain other IC engine using some other liquid form, like for example biodiesel. Okay, so all this we call it as liquid fuels. And we may have a hybrid vehicles where you may use partially battery or partially fuel cell, or it can be a partially battery and partially gas. So you use one of the other as an alternative. Then you may have a hybrid battery with liquid fuels. So like this, you have various sources and technologies which existed for energy and which is existing now and evolving now in order to efficiently harness various sources for energy. But what we are now discussing is renewable energy. So let us see why we are going for renewable energy shortly. But first, let us identify which are the sources that we call as renewable energy sources. So hydroelectric power plant. So we know this. There are various water reservoirs where we use hydroelectric. Then we may go for wave energy, where there is a very high wave heights at the coast of a sea. There are techniques like Wells turbine. The special turbines have been designed where you can use wave, a high height wave at a very turbulent sea can be used for energy conversion. Then we have a tidal. So you have certain locations where high tide and low tide will come and occupy large areas. So there we can build a check dams during high tides, reserve the water and start using electricity during low tides, converting into electricity. Then we know solar energy already, and biomass. We have various conversion of vegetation to energy or some other way. Waste biomass can be converted, food waste and so other ways. So many ways are there in conversion of biomass. Then geothermal, as I was mentioning, in some locations we can use volcanic conditions of the soil or earth beneath the ground and convert that into energy. Then we have the wind energy where you have offshore, onshore. So let us say that only these we consider under the list, because rest all are using one or the other form of fossil created fuel. So therefore, those things are considered to be conventional sources of energy and called fossil fuel energy. So let us not consider those things are available to us all the time. Why? We will see next. So there is a reason why we want to go in future with renewable energy. Why? One is we have excessively used since industrialization fossil fuels and they are depleting. And also we have caused enough greenhouse effect. We have caused a global warming, and it's already visible in the form of a climate change hazards that we are seeing every year. And there is an increasing energy demand with all this. Why? Because population is rising and people are living with higher living standards today, because everybody wants to have electricity. Not only that, they want to use electrical gadgets. So there are rise in living standards. And adding to that, we are also facing rising pollution levels in populated areas. So these are the major drivers which are pushing us that we have to use renewable energy. You can stop at any point by raising your hand. So we will clarify as and when you get doubt, so we can proceed with a dialogue rather than a monologue. Okay? So now we have records, because the global energy studies are going on with the various environmental engineering departments across the globe, and lot of data is accumulated by looking to the energy trades. Today we know even for energy wars are happening. So there is a interest of all the nations on energy rich nation. So they will try to do all that. So therefore you can see how presently in terms of billion tons of oil equivalent, let us not get into figures here. We will get into trends, because figures are not of interest. Trend is of interest for us. So what it is saying by trend, conventional fossil fuels other than what we have listed as renewables are going to deplete. So what are they? Oil, gas, coal. So these we are presently using a large scale, and by 2081 you will have no coal available. By 2061 we will have no natural gas, CNGs available. And crude oil, by 2051 we will not have any crude oil. So respective countries also are worried that what is going to be the future, and therefore concentration is on renewables. So one of the threats what we had seen is global warming and climate change. What is the global warming? Just this figure in short will depict what it is. See, it was happening, this natural greenhouse effect was happening way before even the industrialization. Why? Because there used to be a solar radiation comfortably coming in, but there used to be a ionosphere which was preventing that excess radiation, so that temperature and weather conditions were within the healthy nature to support all the living beings on the earth and vegetation on the earth. Why? Because the greenhouse gases were limited, although they were produced, like CO2 and CH4, S2O, like that, they were present. Sorry, N2O, they were all present because there used to be some natural happenings here, like there used to be a living livestock which was producing carbon dioxide, some volcanic eruptions, and some kind of things used to cause these gas liberation. So degeneration of the livestock and all this to happen. So most of the heat used to go back by radiation. But what is happening now? Human enhanced greenhouse effect is the major concern. Why? We are producing excess of CO2, CH4, N2O. So these are the causes, because the dairy farm and the animal farming has caused essentially sufficient production of methane. We can't have so much CH4 produced by cows, buffaloes, sheep, whatever it is essentially consuming the vegetation, and causing excessive CH4. Okay, and all the industrial activities is producing fossil fuel consumption, vehicles, everything is producing carbon dioxide, and so nitric oxide, so many gases other than this, causing excessive heat, and the overall holes, like whatever was having with the radiation back is not going back, and then the radiation is coming in from sun and retained here, and there is a warming of the earth. So this we know as an enhanced greenhouse effect, which is causing environmental hazards. So if you look at the various figures associated to who are producing or who are the culprits causing greenhouse effect. So industry 21%, transportation 14%, and electricity and heat production, like cooling in cold countries, okay, and electricity for various other applications, lighting, street lighting, home lighting, and so on, 25%. Then agriculture, forestry, and other land use is increasing because food production is increasing due to rise in population and building energy requirements. So all these are cause for causing excessive heat. Okay, so if you look into the only CO2, who is culprit here? If you look into that, okay, distribution of energy related to CO2 emission since 2015. So you can see here this bar indicates yellow is for electricity, and blue is for heating, that is cooling and heating, and the another amber color is essentially for industrial process and for transportation, mobility, 21%. So if you look into 1996 figures to 2015, you can see that relatively it is in final energy consumption in terawatt hour, because we call in terms of watt hour energy consumption, how much duration of energy, how much wattage of energy for what duration we are consuming. If you look into that, it's going to give a global figure. And you can see that relatively the consumption has come down in 2015, but very marginal. Okay, that is mainly because of many countries adopting to energy conservative measures, like for example from sodium lamp and the neon lamps we have gone to mercury lamps, we have gone to LED lamps. So LED has brought down, and many equipments have become more energy efficient. So we have a 5-star rating. So all this is the measure taken in conventional energy consumption by efficient adoption of techniques to consume less energy. So over a time, we have moved towards increasing efficiency of all these gadgets which are used in various domains. Next, now with all that, energy demand is increasing. Why? Because population is rising, and also people who are living comfortably without consuming much energy, they have started adopting new living standards. So every house has a ceiling fan or air conditioner, and it is increasing. Sales are increasing. So figures indicate how much is purchased every year. So you will again count everything in terms of
excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
Okay. Possibly the bandwidth would be the cause every time or in between.
I think so, sir. Huh? No, now, sir. Last 2-3 minutes, I think.
Okay. There was some.
Started, yeah. It started dipping.
Okay. Yeah. So hope now it is fine.
Now it's fine, sir, actually.
Okay. Yeah, there will be issues, particularly with regard to this internet challenges. But however, I am on the direct wired connection only. I am not on Wi-Fi to avoid this problem.
Even we are also facing, sir. Even with the direct connection, we are also facing the issues, actually.
Okay. Yeah, interrupt me if
there are. Now it's clear.
Fine. So what is again observed, because most of the articles which are published in Nature Journal and IEEE, International Society on Electrical and Electronic Engineers, they are making more and more scientific studies to predict future. So you can see that there is a world energy consumption scenario, and also you can see how the population forecast has been done. So presently, the way it is, population is rising from 1960. If you look into census, coming to say 2010 or 20, it is steadily increasing. Mainly because longevity of people has increased due to better health support or better development in the domain of medical engineering or medical and medical sciences. Adding to that, various measures of safety. So ultimately, population is rising. So there is two forecasts where the green one says population may stabilize over a time because of family planning and so many natural means how it may be under control, like single child policy of society and or individual families, like that. Otherwise, if it the way it is now, if it continues, population will continue to increase. So there is a tendency that population will be having impact on energy consumption. Next, why we should go for renewable? Again, you can hear that how there is a alarmingly high air pollution. So there is a measure, particle mass of 2.5 microns. If it is particle mass of 2.5 microns, if it is floating in the air, then there is a danger to the lungs of human beings. Look at what is Delhi. Particle mass concentration in micrograms per meter cube. In small sample of air, it is 98.6. So particulate which is smaller than this is dangerous because our nose will not filter it, it directly reaches lungs. So you can see that you have highest pollution in Delhi. So following that again, Dhaka, so on and so forth. Okay, Kuwait and so many countries are listed. This is a city-wise, whereas what you see here is country-wise. So most of the Asian countries, you can see there is alarmingly high pollution, which can cause all possible lung diseases. So the question comes, how do you bring it down? Again, your vehicle is the cause for it, and your local energy consumption by other than electricity is the cause. So what is the solution? Electrify everything in a town where there is a pollution. Avoid IC engine cars, diesel cars, petrol cars. Go for natural gas to some extent, but still better go for electric mobility. Go for metro, so on and so forth. So like that you have requirement. So now let us see why we have to go for renewable energy is convincing now, because we saw global warming, we saw population rising, and also there are opportunities to use renewable. So opportunities are essentially there on renewable energy, harnessing, policy making, legal matters, energy tariffing. So a lot of work for lawyers in particular and the judicial people to handle this. Why, I will tell you shortly. So global awareness on climate change is increasing. So people have to use renewable energy. And there are international treaties to achieve carbon neutrality. We saw a Paris climate consortium where every country declared, including India, that they want to bring carbon levels lower or carbon footprints lower. So this kind of treaties are increasing. So that will promote renewable energy. Increasing trend in harnessing renewable energy. A lot of R&D activities are happening. So green energy is the trend. How to use power electronics, storage technologies, artificial intelligence, and intelligent controllers, machine learning controllers, so on. It is increasing. In fact, even in our department, R&D in green energy is very high. So a lot of papers we produce, and we register almost 1 or 2 patents every year. Adding to that, government schemes and statutes are more progressive towards using green energy. And then what is known as prosumer. What is prosumer? A producer and also a consumer. So you can produce your electricity and sell it to grid, or you can consume whenever you require, or you can also take supply from grid. So you are a consumer plus producer, therefore you are a prosumer in future. So everybody can enter into this domain. So what is the outcome? So year by year, renewable energy generation is growing. What you can see here is a graph showing from 1965 to 2019. During 1965, we had hydro power because a lot of hydroelectric dams were constructed. And we are continuing to increase wherever possible because this is one of the renewable energy source. So it is increasing. Next, wind. So there is a very wind potential areas which I will show you. Even in India, there are very high wind generation potential. It can be on hillocks or on offshore, what we call, or it can be, onshore, what we call, or it can be offshore in the sea also. So there are a lot of opportunities in the wind. And solar is also rising. And other renewables, what we had listed, wave and tide and so many others. Okay, other renewables are also rising in number. You can observe how we are progressing as per the report in terms of installed capacity, in terms of megawatts. So China is leading It's almost leading much in margin in producing energy through renewable sources. Following that is USA, Brazil, Japan. Then we are also not flagging behind. We are very close, at least in top 5. Okay, we are 5th highest renewable energy producers in the whole world. So that is a pride thing to feel. And there are many countries which have published what is they are aiming to. So India is also aiming to, we will see it next. But one of the prominent country which is trying to declare that they are going to become carbon neutral is Germany. So Germany wants to bring greenhouse gas emission dramatically low. Presently, if it is million tons of CO2 equivalent, when it is specified here, you can see that energy related to CO2 emission and other form of energy which they are consuming, which in turn causes greenhouse gas effect, they want to bring it by 40% less, 55% less, and 2050 they want to almost become 95% less by going to all renewable energy sources. So what is the way they want to bring out that? So degree of electrification. So they say that we want to see everything is connected to a clean energy, that is electrical energy, by way of low temperature heat, increasing electrical mobility of road traffic, and try to generate industrial process heat by electrification only, so that green energy gas emissions are brought down. So India is also not lagging behind. It is progressing very rapidly, and it has published where are the energy resources available. So they have got a all India solar resource map and all India wind resource map. So mean annual global horizontal irradiation, where it is high, you can see here essentially in the western part and some south central part, there is a very dominant, because this particular trend shows it is dominant in solar energy production. They can harness more solar production in these regions like Rajasthan, Thar, and you can also see in Ladakh. Similarly, wind resource. So they are finding there are northeastern countries and some Himalayan regions and few parts in Western Ghat areas and Tamil Nadu area, there is a possibility of harnessing the wind resources. So there are well-documented report from Government of India, Ministry on New and Renewable Energy Resources. So MNRE Ministry has a mission and it has published how they want to achieve. So there are essentially 5 mission projects they have undertaken. One is energy security. What is energy security? So you want to first of all give energy to everybody so that there should not be scarcity for many operations. So however, reduce fossil fuel dependency by development and deployment of renewable energy sources and drive the economics of power sector with a minimum dependency on oil countries. So that is one of the major aspects of importing oil from other countries, is a hit on revenue earning. So they want to bring down that. So maximize utilization of renewable. Next, increase the share of clean power. So you have to have various projects to promote that. And energy availability and access should be for all, because at the same time, we have to bring our poverty level much lower. Rather, we should have less poverty population compared to now. So we have to have reachability of electricity at a minimum expense. That also to be taken care. Energy affordability. Reduce the unit cost of energy. That is one of the aim. But however, you are seeing, you are paying more units because there is subsidy for somebody. Like farmers have subsidy, and BPL, they have subsidy like that. So when subsidy is given, common public will have to pay in excess. So energy equity. So expand per capita energy consumption to a global average level. Presently, we are much lower compared to US, but living standards will improve. We have to promote living standards so that effective utilization of renewable energy can help energy equity in the society. So Indian mission is to deploy renewable energy sources. Now we are presently 2020 results have come out, our reports have come out. This is from that. We are fourth in renewable energy capacity, and our installed capacity has risen to 92.54 gigawatt. Okay, figures doesn't matter, but we are fourth in globe and fourth in wind, fifth in solar. So we have to be proud of that. They have created various bodies for renewable energy penetration. National Institute of Solar Energy, National Institute of Wind Energy, and SSNIB, National Institute of Bioenergy, Solar Energy Corporation, and Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. So these are all national level bodies which are consistently working on improving renewable energy penetration. Look at that again. Our Karnataka is leading in country, number one in deployment of renewable energy sources, in particularly solar energy source. So top 10 solar energy production state is among top 10. Karnataka is number one. Okay, so this is the figure, and only look at relative figures because you have to see the way how trends are moving and how the opportunities for all the stakeholders, including lawyers, is going to increase. I will tell you why and how. Steady improvement. See now the shortage as per the Ministry of Power, because Ministry of Renewable Energy use only renewable energy details, but the Ministry of Power gives some more details. Energy shortage has been brought down to 0.3% as against 1997 where it was 8.1%. How? Because all energy resources are efficiently tapped, including renewable energy. That is, every household can go for a rooftop solar. So there is a steady growth in renewable energy sector. So what you see, right away go to relative figure, percentage of RE generation, renewable energy generation. In 2014, it was 5.56. As of now, it is 11%. So there is a consistent rise. Okay, whereas here it is, you can see the installed capacity is also increasing. Okay, so this is the way India is also progressing in deploying the renewable energy sources. So again, Ministry of Power also has created various forums to enhance, like Integrated Power Development Scheme, Ujjwal Assurance Distributed that is Distribution System Assurance Yojana, and National Electricity Fund, National Smart Grid Mission, and Energy Conversion Mission, and charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. So electric vehicles are coming. So Ministry of Power has to give licenses for electric vehicle charging stations. Okay. Private sector participation in power sector is allowed because carbon credits can be earned if you participate. Okay. International cooperation also is ongoing. Like we have collaboration with Germany, particularly, and US, and Japan. Now let us come to, we have seen opportunities. Now we are going to see challenges. Hope everything is fine. You have no doubts as of now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So key challenges, renewable energy has unpredictability problem. When wind is available, when solar is available without cloud cover, shading, all these effects are unclear. Many times nature plays. Then it requires large area. Next, shorter lifespan compared to diesel or thermal power plants. And reward for efforts have to be enhanced, or additional investments have to be promoted. Next, if you want to have high scale of operation, you have to look at cost of maintenance. And more importantly, this particular technology demands rare earth materials, which is not easily available. Some of the countries like China is owning some of the highest deposits. So you have to depend on some other country for batteries, for magnets, because some of the magnets required in electric vehicles require hard ferrites, alnico, samarium, cobalt, neodymium, like that, iron with boron content. So these are the challenges where we are looking to, we have to look towards some other country for importing. So why it is unpredictable? How it is unpredictable? Very important concept is duck curve, because it looks like a duck. Can you see this as a duck? Just I will explain in short. This is solar. Solar energy production goes on increasing morning 8 o'clock. Okay. As you reach afternoon 2 o'clock, it is good. Here what is 15 hours, 14th hour. That is 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So as it becomes evening, it almost goes to zero. So if you depend on solar, what will happen? You will face that you have a problem. So what is this indicating? Blue curve. When people are using electricity, they require, as it becomes more and more afternoon, they require more cooling requirement and more intensive energy related work that is happening. So it will go on increasing. As it becomes evening, further it increases because malls will be open and a lot of people will start using lighting. So it will start going to the peak. So blue curve indicates demand for electric power. So what does this say? So orange curve, supply of electric power from a dispatchable sources. Dispatchable means like a diesel or thermal, the thermal power station or diesel generator or the conventional fossil fuel type generating sources. They are, and also hydroelectric reservoir dams. So these are capable of supplying or operating at lower profile when solar is available. When the solar goes down, they have to ramp up to meet the energy demand. In the evening, till people go to sleep, okay, around 10 o'clock onwards, people start going to sleep. So they will start reducing other part like commercial lighting, mall elevator operation and all will come down. Again, this blue curve will fall. Next day again it rises slowly. So this is the time we can use solar, but when it is required, it is not there. So these are the challenges, what is known as a duck curve problem of a renewable energy source. And similarly, solar also, it has got at least sun availability is predictable. Wind has got more challenge. So suddenly there will be a wind loss. Oh, okay. So there is also duck curve issues with regard to wind. So this is unpredictability of renewable. Next.
Excuse me, sir. I
Yeah.
think there is a question, sir.
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay.
Sir, here I have doubt that
Yeah.
uh, day-to-day technology is developing,
Yeah.
and it has become indispensable, and everyone is using it. Like
Yeah.
we can, we can't spend our day without using technology,
Correct.
and as well as like resources, like for example, solar energy.
Yeah.
We need to use it like we are using it.
Yeah.
So we cannot ignore technology, and we cannot ignore resources also. So how we can bring balance between these two, sir?
Exactly. So that is the solution where I am giving now. Potential solution to overcome unpredictability of renewable energy source. So there are two solutions. One is going for energy storage. Another is going for what is known as energy demand management. So what is that? We will just see what it is. See, what we have technologies all the time find a solution to a problem. So if wind is not available, so when wind is available, start running a pump and store water into a high height dam or a water reservoir at a height. Okay, this is called pumped storage. So at your house you have a windmill, and you have a underground tank and a overhead tank. You go for a micro hydroelectricity unit, and when wind is available, using wind pump, start pumping the water from down tank to overhead tank, and overhead tank as a head. You will use a small generator to generate electricity. So this is done in a large scale. In fact, America is number one in handling, harnessing the pumped storage electricity, because they have a lot of wide area available for them. They have created upstream storage reservoir and downstream storage reservoir. So when wind is available, particularly in Bay Area, you can see a lot of windmills. They use them like pumps. The wind electricity is used for running the pump, and a stable hydroelectric energy is generated. Another way, deploying storage batteries. So there are battery power stations. Okay, so what you do? So they can be collocated with a solar power plant and designed with a DC capacity, and they can operate up above their AC rating by storage. Install in other suitable sites. It need not be side by to the solar. It can be some other location where you can save in the form of a battery charging, or solar thermal with a thermal energy storage. You can use heat water and use heat water pumps for converting electricity, or you can convert into an ice and use it for air conditioning when there is without using the ice circulation. Like you have a bulky ice in your refrigerator created at the backstop. If power goes for 4 hours, that ice will start cooling the air conditioner. So there are ice storage technologies available. So I will not get into the mechanism of it, but very interesting mechanisms are created by engineers. Okay, and then use of batteries in electric vehicles. If you have electric vehicle at your home, use that electric battery when you are idle to supply to the grid and earn money out of your vehicle to grid. Okay, next, power to X. So anything to power, storing surplus electricity production into a chemical form. So you will start converting that into an hydrogen. So when wind is in excess, create hydrogen storage by converting hydrogen from the water and convert to hydrogen and store it. So this is called power to X. Another way is you go for more efficient lighting system like LED, okay, and say that time of use pricing. If you say that during 6 to 8 o'clock in the night, if you use, you are going to pay more. So people, at least time of use pricing will be effective, because they will try to go with. Or you can go to a real time pricing. When wind is available, you say that electricity is less. Come on, you use more. So people will switch on whatever loads, like washing machine. When indicator comes, you will start washing machine when wind is available, so that you will wash your clothes at a lower price. So this we call it as a demand response, where your washing machine itself will get a signal right away from grid. Come now, use it because wind is available, like that. So these are all heading towards what is known as smart grid technology. Okay, so there are various solutions available. And another way is if nation is big enough, western side of the nation and eastern side of the nation, they will have sun changing. Accordingly, solar production can shift from one area to another, all the time make it available. Next, green hydrogen production from water during the peak hours of solar. So you start converting solar energy to hydrogen energy and start using. So these are the potential solutions which are coming up to handle unpredictability of renewable energy sources. The Nature magazine has reported, can we go on creating solar parks? They are saying no, you can't. Just because renewables are available, you cannot take green patch of the land, because there is a nature's carbon recycling process going on in the soil. So they have made a study across the globe. So one of the important studies what they have made, all European countries combined together and India as an independent one, they have identified when solar penetration is increasing, what is happening to different pastures of the land. They have attempted to show and say that there is a serious land getting converted into solar parks. So they have alerted the policymakers, just don't promote, because food is most important and also nature's balance is required. So the technologies harnessing the renewable energy sources are characterized by power density. Okay, so power density is how much area you require to generate some power. Okay, so fossil fuels were occupying less space for generating energy, whereas same energy, if renewables have to generate, they require larger areas. So by this way, biodiversity gets affected. Okay, so they have made a very systematic study and made a recommendation that go for a rooftop. See, recommendation, non-competing space on rooftops and desert and dry shrublands only have to be used for solar energy production, not in rich vegetation rich or where productive land is good for agriculture. You cannot go for solar parks just because it is lucrative. You should not give licenses, first of all. Another important challenge, if you look at the lifespan, straight away go to the table here. Life expectancy of solar is 30 years, windmill is 20 years, whereas hydroelectric stations or dams 60 years, nuclear power plants 60 years, and coal or natural gas or lignite, that is regular thermal power plants 40 years. Then what happens to this renewables? It is less. You are investing, but your lifespan of investment is less. Whereas the associated climate change wise, if you look at lignite is going to badly change the climate. Next is the coal. Nuclear is relatively safe according to the studies. Natural gas has still some effect on the CO2 production. Solar, for why it is indicated solar, because for manufacturing solar panel and all you would have spent energy, that also to be taken care, is it not? Whatever machinery you have invested on which how much energy you have spent, this is accounted, but relatively less what it produces versus what has been used for making it. So there are various solutions which I have listed: community storage, cloud storage, and renewable energy. All these are required in future. So we have to map at local community level, panchayat level, and we have to create citizen energy awareness program. energy tariff has to be attractive for prosumer participation, laying policy frameworks and laws to protect stakeholders. See, that is where the challenge is. If somebody has invested, whether he got back return on investment. So you are the people who have to make a collaboration with a technical solution providers and arrive at a justice for everybody. So you have a lot of opportunity to make, particularly IP protection. So there is an opening there also for you. So potentially what we are going with, what you have on left side is a traditional grid, and what you are heading to is a future smart grid where your vehicle can be used as a prosumer. That is, it can produce electricity when it is idling, or it can consume electricity when it wants to charge. You can have a smart houses to cooperate. When wind is available, you will run your washing machine. Okay, and you use your rooftop solar for generation and produce. Okay, likewise, here you have solar, wind. These are the conventional power plants integrated with them. So all together is managed with appropriate internet communication, what we call as Internet of Things, which will try to handle the system that is called smart grid. And you can promote microgrids. It's like your area, your own extension area can go for a microgrid. What is microgrid? You have your own generation, your own storage, and you have local load of your houses. So an independent building or a flat can become a microgrid, whereas other rest all is called conventional grid. Like presently, all over the world, universities have become a microgrid. Why? Because all rooftops of the universities are having solar, and if there is their own battery storage units, and they will start cooperating with the main grid. So this is a very important aspect. Like here in NITK, we have gone with all rooftops are solar, close to 1.4 megawatt peak electricity is available at NITK by going for all solar rooftops on the buildings of hostel, college, everywhere. So a CleanMax solar company has installed all these installations. So many places where communities have participated, like your own extension area or your own mega flats have invested in various forms of energy storage, like battery storage, flywheel storage, and the vehicle mounted energy storage units are also deployed in some locations. So finally, what you know as carbon credit. What is carbon credit? You will generate electricity by renewables at some location. So for that, you will get a carbon credits like credit card. So if you are having industry at Y location, some other place, their electricity will be available at a balanced price. Similarly, now the storage also can become like that. This is called cloud storage. What is cloud storage? Your storage location is at X location. You are earning your revenue at your Y location by using it. Simple example I'll tell you. So one industry fellow has invested for a batteries at some X location. His industry is located here. He is using that. And some mobile tower operator is ready to share his batteries in excess available whenever he has less load to the grid. And there are many other heat and inertia associated with the building called as a virtual storage system. They are trying to use energy for heating their building if it is a cold country. Okay. And finally, you have various operators or aggregators, like for example, residential storage. You have a battery at home and rooftop solar, you are ready to supply and also consume when you want. You have a vehicle, you are ready to support or consume whenever you want. So this is the whole concept is called, you have a cloud energy storage anywhere anybody can access by appropriate intelligent coordinator here. So this is called cloud storage. I have come to a last slide to conclude. Please pay attention. However, the slides also will be shared along with the written material in the form of a handout. You can explore and get into more details. But what is the takeaway here? I am concluding with remarks. Economic growth of society or a country raises the living standards and comforts. Like Madam had asked a question, sir, we have to live with it. Yes, you have to live with, and you have to live with comfort also. That is what we expect for future generation to live with. And higher comfort of living results in higher per capita energy consumption. Therefore, sustainable development is the key to cherish and retain life on Mother Earth. So everybody has to look at sustainable so that we have to retain health of our Mother Earth. So how do we do this? So we have to see how we accept renewables, how you preserve energy waste consumption, how you minimize energy wastage. All this has to become a part of the society culture. So that is important. So enhancement and efficient management of renewable energy is very important, and it's a key solution because it is renewable. Therefore, vibrant statutory bodies and legal frameworks and budding young lawyers like you are essential to enforce wise governance of human race on Mother Earth. So the lawyers are the one who try to balance equity in giving justice for the affected or the beneficiary who is trying to take more benefit. So try to look at opportunities in this domain. So there are a host of references which you can refer when I hand over the handout. So finally I say this: Mata Bhumihi Prutyoha Pritya. So Putroham Pritviyaha. That is, Earth is mother and I am her child. It is said way back in Atharvana Veda, and many other philosophies would quote how value is to be given to Mother Earth. Let us give value to it. Thank you for your kind attention. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on energy sources and technologies, various opportunities to explore renewable energy, key challenges in the use of renewable energy, and also potential solutions to those challenges. It was indeed a pleasure to be part of your session. Sir, there is a question that has been raised in the chat box. I would like to read the question.
Yes, please.
The question is from Natraju, yes. Sir, among the renewable energy sources, which is considered to be a clean energy source?
Actually, hydro energy is one of the clean, provided you have land and resource water. Otherwise, why I am saying that? To make a solar panel, an industrial process is involved, and every panel requires a manufacturing process with energy consumption. And wind is again a lot of wind blades manufacturing, wind tower manufacturing has to be done at a large scale. So that way you involve in manufacturing, which involves a lot of energy consumption. Whereas if you have a sufficient water resources, I would consider wave generation, tidal generation, and pumped storage and hydroelectric. These are the easy and cheaper, and if it is balanced in building, not to a very high scale, it becomes a very good source of energy and absolutely clean in handling the energy conversion. This is my opinion. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Any further doubts or questions?
So I
Okay,
think,
since
thank you.
there are no doubts, we can proceed further. I now request Ms. Manjushri to deliver the vote of thanks.
I wish you very good afternoon all. Honorable Chief Guest, our beloved principal, teachers and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who are part of this event. On behalf of my college, I express my heartfelt thanks to our resource person for the third session, Professor Panduranga Vittal, HOD, Center of Excellence in Smart Grid Technologies, NITK, Suratpur. Thank you, sir, for your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions today. I would like to thank all other respected representatives who have blessed us with their presence. I would like to thank our beloved principal, the organizing team, teachers, and staff members. I would also like to thank all the participants who are part of this conference today. Finally, I once again thank everyone for making this conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Manjushri. With this, we come to an end of our third technical session. Let us now proceed with the valedictory.
Are we breaking now, or we are getting continuation of this?
No, sir, we are proceeding with the valedictory.
Okay, fine.
Good evening to one and all present here. Now we have come to the concluding event of this international conference, which is the valedictory session. But before we start this session, I would like to make an announcement to all the participants that the feedback form link will be posted in the Google Meet chat and also in the YouTube live chat. And I request all the participants to kindly submit the feedback form correctly. And the feedback form link will be available till the end of the conference. And only then e-certificates will be issued. Thank you. Now, as we come back to this valedictory session, we have with us Professor Panduranga Vittal A, HOD, Center of Excellence in Smart Grid Technologies, NITK. We welcome you, sir. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our beloved principal, Dr. Taranath, Dr. Balika Vice Principal, Faculty Convener, Dr. Rajeshri S. Kini, Faculty Co-Convener, Mr. Karthik Anand, all other faculty members and students. I, Purvi Balika, a member of the organizing committee of this international conference, I cannot tell you how happy and privileged I am to be a part of this international conference on international regime relating to renewable energy, socio, economic, environmental, and legal issues hosted by SDM Law College. I quote the words of Gandhiji. Gandhiji said in a gentle way, "You can shake the world, but the way in which we happily continue to, I would say, abuse the environment, continue with our wasteful and use and throw habits. A good knock is what is the need of the hour. And who better than our eminent speakers of all the sessions, session 1, 2, and 3, to give that hard knock, especially to our younger generations. I would like to thank all of you. Also, India has gained tremendous expertise over the years in developing its renewable energy program, particularly in the solar and wind sector. Our eminent speakers have thrown a light on the various issues, challenges, and its potential solutions relating to renewable energy and have also expressed their thoughts and views. It also gives me immense pleasure to call upon our chief guest, Mr. Panduranga Vittal A, to enlighten the gathering with his words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Puri Baliga. Respected Principal, Dr. Taranath, and Faculty Convener, Dr. Rajeshri Kini, and co-conveners and student volunteers, and all vibrant participants. I consider the international conference, particularly on renewable energy, with eminent speakers with experience of their area of expertise and working domain. From morning, I was in between trying to look at the sessions have really enlightened all the participants and the PG students of your institute in one of the very relevant areas, that is renewable energy. You will be looking to possibilities of joining as legal advisors, corporate lawyers, or individual practitioners, where in future you have a lot of responsibility in making policy frameworks, because energy is a very valuable commodity anytime. And SDM Law College has a very reputed history of building very eminent lawyers. Thanking you for contributing such a wonderful souls to the society and humanity in large. And this particular conference is only a small window for all of you to look forward for opportunities. I would recommend that get into the energy trade, energy market, energy policy making, and also accept the clients who are having energy issues. Through that, you will pay sufficient justice to the society. Like earlier, the lawyers had a lot of lawsuits related to land dispute. That was agricultural society. Later on, since 200 years, industries started coming, and a lot of industries had corporate lawyers required for various trade agreements and also trade disputes. And also society had engaged lawyers whenever the industries created problem in terms of their deliverables, either to the society around or to the business traders who are dealing with them. So when it was agriculture land, there were land disputes. When industries, there were industrial disputes. Now energy, so a new form of energy market. When you are having so many prosumers, that is producer and consumer in one. Like if you own a vehicle, you have energy trading capability, energy consuming capability. If you have a house, rooftop solar, you have both capacities. So obviously you will have energy disputes. So where there are disputes, lawyers are the answers, So that is where you make policies also. You make, referring to Mangalore section 4 point something. So this was the justice given like that. So there will be references for that. So I consider that you take this conference as an opportunity in that direction and futuristic in thinking. So with that, my note of advice and possibilities in future, I thank again organizers for giving this opportunity to me to present, share little whatever I can share in available time. And also making mainly the young participants to be aware of possibilities in future. Thanking one and all. Over to you, sir. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts and sharing your knowledge with us. End of a story is the new beginning. And on this note, let us conclude this remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable event. To express a word of appreciation and gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Rajeshri S. Kini, faculty co-convener, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Acknowledging and showing our gratitude to the persons who have helped to enhance our knowledge is the foundation for all abundance. Good evening to all gathered here. Now I am here to acknowledge and convey our gratitude to all who supported us to make this conference a happening event. On behalf of the management, staff, and students, STM Law College, I wholeheartedly convey my gratitude to Professor Panduranga Vittal for consenting to be the chief guest of today's valedictory program. I take this opportunity to be grateful to our beloved and respected principal, who is the backbone of all our ventures. Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to thank Dr. Balika, Vice Principal, to the program. I'm happy to appreciate and thank for the support of co-convener technical Mr. Kartikanand and my learned colleagues, office and library staff, and other non-teaching members of our college. My gratitude goes to present media for their presence and support. My heartfelt thanks go to members of Student Organizing Committee of Department of PG Studies and Research in Law of our college for their immense effort to make this conference a good event. Most importantly, I would like to convey my gratitude to the national and international participants and my beloved student friends. Without you, this conference wouldn't have been a successful one. Friends, let us power our life with clean energy. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Knowledge is of no value unless you put it into practice. Let's all take a pledge to make this earth a sustainable one. Friends, may all who entered this program as a guest with a happy heart live as friends. Thank you one and all again and have a happy weekend. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have now reached the end of this international conference, and I would like to appreciate and thank our faculty convener, faculty co-convener, student convener, and all the members of the organizing committee, and also all the students who have been a part of this international conference to make it a grand success. Thank you once again. I would also like to make another announcement. The feedback link has already been posted in the Google Meet chat and also in the YouTube live. Kindly fill out the form. Thank you. And e-certificates will be issued. Thank you once again.
Our PG students, please stay back on video only. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. Okay, bye.
Our PG students, please on your video. All of you, immediately, please. Shri. Yes, done. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.